All right, thank you, Father. And back here out the desert for harvest, ready to have fruits and flowers, and yeah, a lot of people are suffering. Looks like they're talking about cutting all the, well, not all, but many SNAP benefits for people who are on food stamps. So they're gonna take from the people who have it the least, and as the rich get richer, the poor are gonna keep taking from the poor, and so looks like things are gonna. We'll see. Will they open the government back up before November 1st? So you're in control, Father. I know you are. So I come back in here for a little bit. Just doing some more trimming. And about half that other, not quite half of that lady down there. So making headway. Thank you for that. It's nice to be able to not have to use dispensary or get something from somebody else. Grow your own, do the fruits of your own labor. Oh, I know, make some money. That's fine. All right. So, yeah, Sunday here in the desert. So, first fruits, been enjoying that. Thank you for that, Father. And blessing to, again, be able to grow your own meds, have your own. Used to be such a frowned on thing, you know. And that's pretty sad, the world we live in, where people don't have access to even growing their own meds. How could there be any states that, whatever. No united. It's all divided corporation. But anyways, it's supposed to be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So if you were wise, you would not be doing the things that everybody else is doing, right? Most people think they live on a planet. So there you know that most people are already lost in space. So sit down for a few because I've been standing up doing that trimming. That I take a view. We'll get back up here in a minute, or 3 or 5 or whatever. That wind is ripping today. It's wind in the desert here today. I've been in windier places than this, but we're getting some pretty good wind out here today. So, that magnetosphere is pretty crushed. You know, we'll be getting more and more energy coming through that magnetic canopy. It's definitely failed, and it's not coming back until we either have some kind of major event, or what it normally takes is a regular occurrence of solar flares, coronal mass ejection, something on a regular cycle, or it takes a major event to reset it. So yeah, looks like they're gonna be cutting some of the country. Looks like Pennsylvania is the first one to cut the food program. So the rich get richer. The kings, they live like they're, you know, and people abuse the system too. But it's kind of ironic how they can spend $1 trillion on a military budget, and they're cutting benefits for people who need it the most. You know, I don't see them closing. I don't see them doing that because remember all those people, bro, Ross, have you know, shut up, you stupid idiot. I'm retired, you dumb fuck. Go ahead and pay Randall, pay taxes, pay to kill. Randall, how much money did you make last year? Let's see what this idiot, see if this idiot even knows his tax earnings, or if he's just some bumbling, you know, American has no idea between gross and net. How much did you gross? How much did you make there last year, Randall? Would you like to disclose your W-2 tax dollars that you paid last year? I'm retired. Brother Ross, I'm sure he's fine. Get a job. Who are you talking to? People have jobs and they get, you know, qualified for benefits, you dumbass. I'll tell you what, you want to stay in here, Randall? Put $1,000 in this Cash App since you're so, you know, I'm retired. We'll use it for the ministry. Give me some of your dirty money. We'll use it somewhere to, you know, grow some dirt. Come on, Randall, put your money where your mouth is, or shut the fuck up. You ain't got no money. You're on food stamps or benefits yourself, sitting there on your keyboard. Make it rain up in here. Get out of here. People don't lose their jobs because of tech and need some assistance. You have no humanity and no money either, you broke ass troll. Go somewhere else. So don't be an idiot. Kicking what's the cure for poor? How about not spending $1 trillion on our military budget on 1,000+ military bases in all 180 countries? So maybe we wouldn't have such an issue if our government wasn't, you know, there's more Congress millionaires than there is in the populace. Bet you Randall doesn't know that. Randy, are you one of these greasy cheeseburger eating, you know, dicks from Canada or something? You couldn't even disclose your, did you go look and see what you made, or did you forget what you made last year? Why don't you disclose how much you made, how many murders that you've paid for in other countries? I didn't think you wanted to open your mouth in here. Go away. No humanity. These people have no humanity. So anyways, these programs are getting cut. And I don't see that happening because you got to remember that all these people in government, they won't get paid either. So this would mean that they're probably going to, this is probably just a big rug pull. You know what I'm saying? Okay, whatever. That's all you came up with, Randall. This is all Randall came up with. Randall, you got that shirt. Are you showing your IQ there, Randall? Come on. Move along. So anyways, so yeah, the counterfeit an organization called the central banks. They get away with counterfeiting. You counterfeit money, you'll go to prison. They counterfeit money, they get interest. Whoa, how's that work? So anyways, so they're cutting the programs of the people who need it, you know, in this state. I'm not saying people don't abuse it, but I don't know if that's going to come through, because remember in November, these people don't get paid either, the government. So I don't know. It's like I was talking on the last stream about these protests. I don't know if this protest thing is, I don't see a lot of protests where I can find videos of like video people. I see pictures of crowds, but I don't actually see any video of crowds moving around and you know, it's just like a lot of images, you know, on what happened yesterday. I'm like, I wasn't there. I'm not going to go sit there and go into a large crowd and be a part of a mass casualty type of event. But I'll watch this from afar and see what happens. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm still discerning yesterday, the Snow King's ritual, whether or not, you know, it was an organic, planned organic event, because where did all these people come from? I don't see any Americans getting off their ass hardly doing anything right now other than working, you know, like get a job, you know, trying to make ends meet, barely have enough time. How do those people take off work? Everybody's poor as hell. How much a gallon of gas where you live? You know, it's $4.39 where I live. So, you know, how much is a steak at the store? How much is where all these people show up from? I'm not saying there wasn't a protest. I just don't know about these numbers that they were pushing on everybody. And I haven't seen enough video footage here. And it's not that they can't make video footage, but a lot of this stuff I'm seeing isn't. You're telling me we didn't have no, you know, dude, that's a perfect opportunity again for one of these. Everybody hates America, you know. Okay, see, there we go. There we go, Ross. See, this, I'm trying to discern this before I see any of this, because I seen some other blogger was kind of like, hey, that kind of looks like the people from, he said, some other country. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, Sabrina. I got Sabrina on this too. Sabrina, I went through all my bloggers, everybody. I can't find what I'm saying, like groups of people moving around in mass. I see pictures. So I don't know, man. I'm not saying there wasn't a rally yesterday, but I don't know if these numbers are. I don't know if I'm not buying the numbers. Okay, I'm not buying these numbers. There's no way that. You know, I think this was like something to like scare Maduro or something. You know, he's got 45 million, you know, man militia. We got what, 2 million people. That's a drop in the hat. But I don't know if I don't think so. I don't know. I don't want to say that there wasn't, you know, people out there, because that's not what happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying these numbers seem like, is this AI or these pictures? Yes, from past rallies. You know, what the hell is going on in here? You know, what is, because no violence, no mass casualty event, no, there was some violence, but not, you know, you telling me everybody just got off, you know, yesterday and decided to just show up, and then, you know, because everybody so has enough money to take off work and all, you know, whatever. I know it was a Saturday or whatever, but something doesn't jive with me, man. Something's not jiving. And if you have to look at the event, you have to look at, well, if 2 million people stood up against, who are they standing up against? This fascism of this regime of Donald Warp Speed. You know, what are we, 8 or 9 months into this crap? Into 4 plus 7 is 11, President 9/11. Go back in time, 4 plus 5 is 9. You skip Joe Biden, 4 plus 7 is 11. So, you know, here we are, President 9/11. He's just violating all the constitutional rights, posse comitatus. Just keeps stepping on everybody's constitutional rights. We know it's, you know, it's just something doesn't feel right, Ross, is all I'm saying. I'm not saying there wasn't, but you look, that was all programmed, that was all planned too by, I can't remember. I tried to find it. I can't find it. They pulled it down now. There's the people who paid for all that, you know, kings, no kings, were like I don't know, they were like the anti-riot or riot or something like that, or I can't remember what it was. It was all funded, you know. There were people there that were paid. You know, there were people there were paid who left at like 2 o'clock. I heard too. People left. Donald Trump paid. Don't fool yourself. Mr. Warp Speed. Remember, he's put gold in office, and he's having a $1 million ticket Mar-a-Lago party, but we got people getting cut off of you know, food, you know, benefits. Yeah. So who paid was the same people who paid last time. George Soros. George Soros is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is. How much you want to bet Elon got there you go, Soros. See, so it's Soros, and that's all part of these banksters. Like Ross was saying, all the counterfeiters are doing this. You think the government's running this? The banks are running this. We don't have any governments. The banks are running this. Is fascism, world fascism. They're doing capital controls just like they did during Nixon in the 70s again. They're starting that same shit again. I already warned about that on this channel more than a year ago, about how they'd start this capital controls on price controls like they did in the 70s. And that's what they set up all these Uber Eats and all these curbside service. You might not even be able to go into the store very soon. With what they're doing here, they're setting something up bigger than what you're seeing here. I know it. With this food stamp cut, I'm telling you, there's something bigger. They're cooking something bigger. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're not going to get the boot off your neck by protesting. And I'm not saying you don't have the right to address grievances. If 2 million people showed up yesterday and it was an organic event and we had very few, assaults by police and all that, dude, then what a beautiful day it was. What a beautiful day it was. But you know what I'm saying? I don't buy it, guys. I just don't buy that yesterday was what it was. There's something else that they're pulling from this event. There's and I know I'm looking at it. I told you Maduro's got a 4.5 million, or what was it? How many men army did he have? 4.5 million men militia, and so I think it's a show of force. I think it's a saber rattle. It's what it's called. It's a war. It's like beating the war drums, Well, it already is. We know that, Callie. We know that they're already doing. Look, I'm going to tell you what's about to happen, guys. Now, listen. You have seen something different going on in the state that I live in. In the state that I live in, Tina Kotek or whatever, Kotek is her name. She is taken and used the National Guard in the favor of the protesters. And I'm not sure I talked about this yesterday on the stream, that this is catching on. Some of these other protesters in like Maryland and some of the other states are starting. I think it's silly, but it shows what went on here in Portland. There was no need to bring the National Guard or try to ever use the National Guard, against the people. And that's illegal. That's posse comitatus. The Supreme Court already ruled 9-0 that Trump has violated posse comitatus and violated the Constitution. He should be put in prison. He's an enemy of the state. He is a domestic enemy and a domestic terrorist. I'm not afraid at all to say it. He is a domestic enemy and a domestic terrorist. But either way, he's going to march on. He's going to do what he did. Like he put those 700 Marines in California. You can't do that. You cannot use. They did it already. I tried to tell you guys, would not listen to me. They used the United States Marines in those hotels in New York to guard the Venezuelan migrants. Do you guys not remember me putting out videos about that? They used the military in New York. They brought the military in New York and used them to guard the migrants. They sure in the hell did. So they've already used the military, put them on the streets in New York. I already put out videos of this, but that's a violation of posse comitatus. So you cannot use the military against the people in a law enforcement capacity. And now they've already violated that. So Trump is continuing to do whatever he wants. And we see that, and nobody's going to stop it. You ain't stopping it. I ain't stopping it. But at least we're going to talk about it. We're not going to sit there and be the silent majority, go down in history and have somebody try to write you something in a book when you see later there was this 2 million man record, march. Yeah, right. Like Charlie Kirked himself. Sure. Okay, whatever, man. I'm still not buying it. There's just some things when I discern them, you can go. It's like the whole thing with the guys, the 11 dudes in the boat. Where are those guys at? I actually heard that a couple of those guys live, guys. I've seen now. I don't know because I've been doing more research on it. I heard that like 2 of those guys that were in that boat lived. That got blew up. And that's possible. That could have happened. They could have lived. And they're back in Venezuela, See, where were all those guys? We never get hardly anything. They just show us what they want to show us. You know what I'm saying? They show us what they want to show us. We see what they want to see. That's called Operation Mockingbird and continuity of government. They're going to keep the government going no matter what you think or not. That's going. There's a whole underground government. And it's the head. The state capital is in Colorado. That's where the underground government lies. Well, whatever. Welcome to the truth. You need to hear it. You just living on a surface dweller. You don't understand. There's chasms and out of sight, out of mind. There's all kinds of cities underneath your feet. These people have been boring out. What do you think Elon Musk has? They've been stealing your tax dollars since the 80s. early 80s, 81, and drilling out and boring nuclear hogs. That's what they were called originally. Now they call them boring machines. And they've been literally taking and hollowing out the under of this corporation and building their continuity of government under the ground. You're just an idiot. You just don't know, and that's okay. I'm not insulting you. If I call you an idiot, it means you've never seen it or heard it. But this has been going on. There's been chasms underneath our feet because people have gotten away from the sun cycles before and past, and we're in that cycle now, and they know that. And so they're planning this continuity government. That's what they're getting ready for. Is this magnetosphere, the magnetic canopy on our rock has failed. And they know that. And it will cycle itself out, but it's going to take a major catastrophic event to do so. And it's going to be an electric event from the sun. It talks about it in scripture about men's, skin boiling and on the, having boils, not boiling, having boils on their skin. And, these are the plagues of Revelation. And we're there. We're there. We are in those pages. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the Epstein files have already been released. They were released back on the dark web decades ago. So you guys act like these files had been released. It's so hilarious. It's Trump's Island too. It's not Epstein Island. It's Trump's Island. They're both island boys. And you got to include the Clintons because, Hillary and Hillary. So it's EpiPen Island. It's actually Trump's Island. They're all island boys and girls. They bring boys and girls to Trump's Island. So stop lying to yourself. It's Trump's Island. It's Trump's Tower. This is the man who's the tip of the spear with his bankster buddies. Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, and he'll rob the world. Yep. Shove Trump off a 500-story bank, and he'll still land in a suit. Okay? Nobody wants to put the blame where it is. I'll be the only man on this rock telling you the truth. That's right. It's Trump's Island. He's the cheetophile. Okay? So that's the dark web. That's no release. That's leaked. Okay, well, whatever. So, whatever. We all know that he's on the list. The Lolita, he's been on it. We know that. All his buddies are on it. They're not hiding this. That's what I'm saying. You want it released, but it's already out. This stuff has been out for decades. We already know he's a PDF file. So is Joe. He said, I was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden. They're two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. You know what I'm saying? So they're all in on it. Who do you think paid for the baby oil party at the Hollywood? That's a big ass bet, isn't it? Yep, Trump did. He's the oil daddy. Remember, he's got all the tech. John G. Trump, his uncle, they've got the megalithic structure, the Tartaria technology. So, this guy's worried about Epstein files, and we got technology and I'm not saying, perpetual polarity and perpetual gravitics, anti-polarity, anti-gravity, all this free energy, ether technology, whole current technology, all this technology that's been here for thousands of years, they can build megalithic structures with that John G. Trump and his, Donald has with all his CERN colliders. And, there's not just one of them in Switzerland. There's many of them. So you just need to get with the, we just went over there and just, that's the new grow zone. Look at the African continent, a lot bigger than they say on a map. Look at how big Russia is, 3,500 miles across. The Africas, that's like 3,000. So I don't even show you the size. Remember what we went over there and did? Remember, speaking of Hillary Clinton, went over there and fucked up Gaddafi and just totally ruined a near Garden of Eden place where, probably see Gaddafi after you die. He'd be real close to the fight. That man set up a near paradise. I'm not into socialism, but all those desalination machines. Look what the military went in there and just blew everything up. They said, look at what's going on there. They talked about the monsoon season shifting. You know what I'm saying? I can't even see your eyes, Okay, well, go fuck yourself, you stupid ass dumb motherfucker. Who cares about your eyes? You're out of here, idiot. You see those two eyes? Two witnesses are going to steal your crown. Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Get out of here. So, anyways, are you not seeing this? See what doing the right in front of your face? This is the 923 ritual. World War II equals World War III. Everything that happened during World War II, they're repeating again in a cycle down to the encampment of the American people. encampment of the saints. In this case, it's going to be the fake saints. They've got this all planned. I hope you see what they're about to do. This is called Project Blue Book, not Operation Blue Beam. There's no such thing as Operation Blue Beam. There's no such thing as UFOs. It's GFOs. You can get the fuck out of here. How about that? GFO. The technology we've had, this is perpetual polarity. This is thousands of years old technology. If you think a computer can learn, it's time for you to leave. It's time for you to leave. Because that's what they have told everybody, that they thought a virus is alive, now a computer's alive, and now they're going to put that computer in a robot frame and put some neoprene skin and think there's already millions that live amongst you right now. You're just so fucking stupid. You don't see it. Ones that won't fuck you at work. Whether you're a man or a woman, they can fully function in society. Yes, they do. They drive cars. They do everything. They live right next to you. Revelation means to lift off the cover. When they do that, see, you don't understand the age that's coming. The age is going to burn everything on this rock from top to bottom. Whole current technology, 369. You have no idea what's going on, do you? They do. You think that we couldn't build megalithic structures right now with sound and frequency, millimeter wave? They could lock you in a bowl and you couldn't get out and you couldn't even see the bowl. It's called a millimeter wave. This is what Tesla was talking about, called it a death ray. This is the technology that Trump has. So when he talks about putting you in 15-minute cities, this is what he's going to do to you. I don't care what you people think anymore. We are way too far down this rabbit hole now, and this all has to do with this stripping even people down to, their food, taking their food. So South Africa, if you look what was going on down there, they've got all the monsoon seasons were going to shift. They built a dam in one of the driest places on this rock and said it would shift in 10 years. In 2 years, it filled up. Now they've got hydroelectric, 4 of them downrange. So this is all by their plan. They know exactly what they're doing. Eventually, this sun will take down the grid, and then they have a secondary grid that they're ready to put up, which will take the lights down. That's when they're going to put up their big, show and show you this, fake, alien invasion. It's called Project Blue Book. It's been in play for, they've had the technology for thousands of years. Like I said, there is no UFOs. That is bullshit. That is technology that's been here for thousands of years. They can build megalithic structures, but they're not allowing this. There's literally perpetual polarity machines, magnetic machines that have been running since the 1800s that are still running today. They had a car that could go over 1,000 miles in a single charge. Now that stinky pedophile dust rat, whatever, this rusty dustpan driving down the road can't get one to go 500 miles. He's representing the strainer. You're just too foolish to understand what these people are doing. That's what Donald Trump is. He is the restrainer. He decorates his house with 100% Satan, Mithra, Apollyon, the sun god. It's not hidden. You're just blinded like a bat. You can't see. Remember, whatever. I'm not here to try to convince anybody. This stuff, like I said, has been on the dark web. Somebody come here and said to release the Epstein files. This stuff has been out for decades. You're just starting to come to the thing, oh, hey, the whole scamdemic was a scam, right? Yeah, we know that. Some of us were telling you all along. And that's what's going on right now. Same thing. But guess what? Just like the Vidco, it's going to have real world effects whether you like it or not. You know what I'm saying? So it's not gonna be something you're going to be able to run from. You're in what the book of Revelation calls sorrows, because you are 100% in the book of Revelation. You're in that very last pages of scripture. It doesn't mean it's the end, but the beginning. So things are going to get a lot worse. Donald Trump was created by Father. Father created evil. Isaiah 45:7. He creates evil, calamity, and chaos. So you think he's done evil? You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. There is no Jesus. Jesus is a bastardized term. Never is there ever a J written in the Old Testament or New. Don't add to the text. Jesus is Satan, the sun god Mithra, born on December 25th, the middle of the winter. Learn your dialect with your alien dialect. You're not going to speak it in here. Or rebuke your transgender Jesus. Go take your ass, Jesus. Sit on your ass and believe some other Jesus. How about that? You know what that means? How about another gospel? You know what that means? Probably not. So you're an idiot. These people, Jesus, there's no J in Hebrew or Greek. So why would you call him Jesus? Name doesn't mean name. It says Shem. So go on. 2 kings, 2 crowns. He said in Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your what? Crown. Just like on 3:11, Donald Trump declared the coronavirus like a crown. Grow up. Oh, geez, look at, you're freaking out. Nobody's freaking out there, salad slaps. You can take your tossed salad. Go toss your little kuyanda somewhere else. Goodbye. That's right. The Son of Man and the Son of God are 2 different people. Thank you. Darkness and night to the light of day. He's got it figured out. At least they're not the same. So, yeah, there's no J in Hebrew or no J in Greek. We're not fighting over a letter because that's stupid. That's like something I did, decades ago. I mean, that's something that's. He said before Abraham was I am. How about that? How many times did he say I am? They ask, what is your name? They want to know your name. They know you're the God of wrath, fire, feet, war, Father, right? The Ram. David declared him Lamb of God. They knew he was Father. They asked him, what is your name? He said, your name is what? You tell them my name is what? So, no, there's no Christianity that's correct. Brain. Going soupy. That's kind of a silly name. You need to study the interlinear Textus Receptus, okay? No J in Hebrew, but certain letters represent the J sound. No certain letters represent the J sound because there was no J, Jeff. Don't come in here like you know anything about babble, or phonics. Tell me what this word is right now, Jeff. What is alien? Tell me alien. You're going to speak about words like you know something about the dialectus. That's the word gloss or tongues. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. See, you're already lost. So now you have to answer my question or moderate this person if they can't answer my question. They're going to come in here thinking they're going to. What is alien? Tell me what alien is. That's a word you know so much about. Yodes, that you said yod. That's a letter. So we'll see if you know anything that you talk about. Tell everybody what alien is. Tell everybody what alien is. Because you're off on some other nonsense that doesn't, distractions. So let's see if you can define one word. We'll isolate you to one word at a time. That's how you study. You have to study the interlinear accepted text. If you don't have this book right here, you don't have the right book. There's only one accepted text. Period. That's it. 12th century. 12th century canonized version that Constantine canonized. So, does it say alien in this book? So tell me what an alien is. Since you're so versed in your vernacular is so massive that you're talking about a language that you probably never even studied in your life. No, not the only accepted text is the Holy Bible. That's not true. There's only one accepted text. That's the canonized version of the interlinear. If you don't have this book right here in your hand that I'm holding right here, you don't have the right text. There's thousands of raped, bastardized words that are added, changed. Like this word, there's no Lord. There's no Jesus. There's no planet. There's no Lucifer. Who the hell is Lucifer? Who is Lucifer? It doesn't say Lucifer. Lucifer's never written in the original text. What the hell is that? This was taken, this wasn't written on paper, right? This was written on stone tablets, and this was turned into a paper in the 12th century. What you know is something you call a Bible. You're very uneducated, and that's okay. If you don't say something stupid, I'll correct you, because iron sharpens iron. So you can sit there and quote, but from the wrong text, and you still don't know Christ. You still don't, like right here. And see, this is a bastardized version, right? NKJV. This is bastardized text. This is a Satanist right here. Father said, do this. Do not study anything that is not, do not add. The Hebrew word is pervert. This is a pervert right here. Whether this person knows it or not. What? See this? NKJV. This is the KJV, but not the new. No, this is the 12th century version of the KJV. So this is a Satanist because they're the adversary. He said don't add, and now they're studying out of a book that's not, remember, book's not written on paper, but we'll use your terms like well, whatever. I'm not going to pull all of it out. I haven't been studying this right here, but look, there's only one version. That is the 12th century version. That every time they took out every word and defined it. All these other versions, they've taken that original book and then added versions to it, like the word Lord. This text in here from this NKJV says Lord, right? Doesn't say Lord in this book. See, this is already exactly what Christ says not to do. He said, do not add or take away a single jot. That's like a period, the smallest of the punctuation in the Torah, the Old Testament, which is actually mathematical, but we won't go there. So this is a bastardized version because there is no Lord. See, he's already a Satanist because he's the adversary because Father said, do not add. I said, this is the only text that's accepted. And then he puts Lord. It doesn't say Lord. It doesn't say Christ. It doesn't say Jesus. It doesn't say planet. See, here we go again, a Satanist. See what I'm saying? This book does not say Christ. See what I'm saying? This book doesn't say my name. This book says Shem. So this is a Satanist, brothers and sisters, because this is what he says not to do. So this person's quoting a perverted text. This is raping the word of the Father. This person thinks it's okay and already told him it's not. And then they just keep quoting it from a text. See, it doesn't say Christ. It doesn't say Lord in this text. That was never written. So they're adding, that's what he said. The very last things that Christ told us not to do, if you want to use that term, which means anointed in oil, is do not add a jot or a tittle. Do not take away even a thought. That is the word porneia. Okay? You can purchase, it's called an interlinear Textus Receptus. See this? This is the Old Testament. I have the Greek over here, but it's a 4-volume set. It's coded with the Strong's Concordance, so you can study one word at a time. First, you have to study the definition of the word. That's called a lexicon. Okay? So this is the only version where this wasn't written on paper, brothers and sisters. This was written on stone tablets and scrolls. Like, remember, Moses was given the law on the mount. He was given that law, was written on Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. The scribes pounded this rock out onto the scrolls, or the rock, like the 10 Commandments on the tablets. And this was not written on paper, okay? So what they did is they took the words that were from the scrolls, and they took at the Council of Nicaea, and they took it and put it into this paper form that you have today. Otherwise, you'd have to come talk to somebody like me who doesn't have to use the internet to know the text. And I don't quote every single passage with the actual author or whoever in the number, because then I sound like some religious idiot. And I will do that. Very seldom will I. Some texts I will quote with the number and where, but very seldom, because then I rebuke all religions. Father was not a religion. Father was Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, which was the law. Does that sound like a religion to you? Does that sound like a religion to you? Okay, so that's not a religion. That was called the law. That was 613 statutes, commandments contained within the first 5 books of the scripture, of the text. Okay, so they took, in the 12th century, they took 300 men, Constantine, at the Council of Nicaea, and they canonized. They took 150 men and they used a lexicon, dictionary, modern Webster, dictionary. They used a Hebrew lexicon, and then they defined all the words that were in the book. Then they defined in the New Testament, right, which is an old Jewish book of Greek, and they defined all the words. They still ran in the 12th century to words they could not transliterate. Transliteration means there's no literal change to the yod. Yod is like a letter, or to the definition, right? The aletheia, the truth. Transliteration is not translation. They still, in the 12th century, ran into words because, remember, it had been over 40 years since they had wandered in the desert because they were not going after, right, idolatry, going after gods in the sky. They're doing it again. God is not in the sky. There's no God in the sky. There's nothing above your head. Stop it. You're an idiot. Go away from me. If you think there's something above your head, nothing fallen means from the sky. There's no gods and balls. Get your balls, your 2 big feet out of here, too. No big feet, no aliens. You keep adding to this text. You sensationalize. He said, do not add. That is the word idolatry, porneia, or idolatria, or idolatry in English, right? Porneia is the Greek word for idolatry, or idolatria is to serve. In idos is idols, little statues, or 58-story tall towers in Manhattan. Father doesn't want us to love the dirt. Anything that came from the dirt, that's idolatry. I don't care if you think God's in it, it don't matter. There's nothing in the sky. This is the problem with society today. They did this over and over throughout Scripture, trying to add. This is exactly why Father divorced his bride, right? Because they thought there were gods in the sky. They went after other gods, sun gods and tree gods. That's Baal in the grove. It's in the book of Jeremiah. For one cutteth the tree out of the forest. This is Moloch worship. This is the worship of Satan, the sun god. Jesus Christ, birthed on the Mass in the middle of the winter in a manger. Jesus Christ is Satan, the sun god Mithra. Why do you people go after Jesus? Jesus is Satan, birthed in the middle of the winter in a manger. That never happened. There's no such thing as, like, here's another one they get wrong every single time. The cross. Nobody hung from crosses. That is Satanism. That's paganism. That is the Ankh. Christ hung from a tree. Have you ever studied Roman torture? Nobody hung from crosses. Nobody carried crosses. That's blasphemy. See, he warned you of imagery and idolatry, and now you're adding. Not only adding words, you're adding images to take away from actual historical, scriptural, and biblical events. Like, it says in the book of Acts, curse you, hangeth from a tree. When they took him down from the tree, nobody hung crosses. That's why you are nailed to the stock exchange as a debt slave to your merchant number, like they nailed Christ, right, to a yoke or a stock, and he carried that stock and they raised him on a tree. You've never studied Roman torture, have you, at all? That was their favorite way to crucify a man. It was a stretcher. It'd stretch you back so you couldn't breathe. That's why they did this coronavirus on you. On 3/11, Donald Trump declared the coronavirus. 3/11, March 11th, 3/11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. Come on. King's 2 crowns. We just said our no king's ritual. They're very sadistic, aren't they? Kind of like a lot of people here on YouTube. Very sadistic. Remember, the hearts will be waxed cold. The hearts that are continuously filled with wickedness, that would never stop overflowing with wickedness. People, oh, God knows what's in my heart. They've never picked up this and they brokered this out to some dude on YouTube, some dude in a building. Remember, he said that the most high does it dwell in temples made by what? These things right here, hands. The kingdom of heaven is within. That's why Christ was such a threat to the Pharisees, to the church. They wouldn't put money in their baskets, would it? Just like today. See, right? The kingdom of heaven is within. Paul told us to circumcise the flesh, the outer man. That Christ is inside us. He's perfect. He's blameless. He cannot sin. And that's why he told us to circumcise, not a physical circumcision, but the spiritual circumcision of the laws of flesh. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. This is his writings in Ephesians. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. It doesn't say that in this book, but we'll go ahead and use your version. May the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, right? It doesn't say God either, but we'll use it because that's what you're used to hearing. God is a title. Put on the whole armor of God that you be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. It doesn't say devil. It doesn't say devil in this book. It says demonion. You see how bastardized your version is that you read? That you're able to stand against the wiles of the demonion. The distributor of fortunes of lies is a demon, by the way. A demon is a liar. A demon is not anything else other than a liar. A distributor of fortunes. Oh, that would be somebody like you distributing the kids little Christmas gifts and then giving Santa the cookies, right? And telling the kids you ate it. You're a double demon because you double down like splitting the aces on a, you ever play blackjack? You get 2 aces, you can split those aces. You ate the cookies and you knew that fat guy didn't come down the chimney. You gave the kid the gifts, fortunes, and you ate the cookies too. You are a double demon because you doubled down and you lied twice. See, you're a double demon. He shoots, he scores right through the goalpost, huh? They're moving the goalpost on you. Yeah, a double demon. You like that? Like splitting. You ever play blackjack? Yeah, like you tell me that you didn't eat the cookies and drink the milk. You told the kids you did, right? There you go. Ho, ho, ho. We want to know all the hoes are at ass Santa. Crumpus. Anyone who points a finger is no different than a Pharisee. No, you don't know what you're talking about, Joshua. You don't know what a Pharisee is. So it's called righteous judgment. Grow up. Osama bin Queefin. Oh my goodness, guys. Osama bin Queefin is part of, he was an oil. Hold on. We got to teach this Osama bin Queefin their name. See if they know anything about. They call me the scapegoat bin Laden. So let's see if this person knows their ass from a hole in the ground. Remember they let the bin Laden's son out of the country after 9/11. So, hey, McQueefin. So, are you the commander in Queef or are you the pedophile in chief? Are you the cheetophile? Okay, anyways, so do you know anything about Osama bin Laden? I'm a military veteran. I'm curious. You have a name that's Osama bin Laden. Remember, they call me the scapegoat bin Laden. Tell me about bin Laden. See if you know anything. You have it as your Shem. Shem, it doesn't say name in the book that I read. It says Shem. And Shem means authority. But, yeah, not Jesus or not God or not Yeshua or Yahweh. That's not what name means. So tell everybody about your name. Everybody wants to know about your name. Osama bin Queefin. Didn't you get thrown in the ocean? Now we got bubbles in the ocean. He's been queefing out in the ocean. He or she. Or maybe he's Man Shell. His name is Reggie, not Michael. So I saw you on the right to not. So yeah, your vote counts like we're counting, sheep or bats. One bat. So I can't. Queefin, did you leave? The commander in Queef. Was that Hillary or Billary? So tell everybody about your name because most people know anything about Osama bin Laden. Somebody in the chat, tell me what you know about Osama bin Laden. What do you know about Osama bin Laden? Not Barack Obama, Osama bin Laden. Come on, guys, speak up. He's dead. Oh, yeah. Okay. Lion of the desert. Okay, well, the bin Ladens were oil tycoons, guys. They did deals for, over a decade with the Bushes. They're oil tycoons. They're not what you've been told. Osama bin Laden was a CIA-trained operative, and you know nothing about Osama bin Laden. He didn't drop 3 steel buildings with the 2 airplanes. That was Donald McWarp Speed. Okay? So, that's the person who did it. Right? You're telling me that with box cutters, okay, that's what I'm saying. We're not going to even go there. But I wanted to see if any of you actually knew who Osama bin Laden was, because this guy come in with Osama bin Queefin. I thought he might know something about Osama bin Laden. He didn't know nothing about Osama bin Laden. That's why I remember his son was here and he got let out of the country the same day. So that's such nonsense. If you're one of these people who go around pushing the one of these narratives that, do you know how many times that man was killed? Like Barack Obama. His name is Barry. Supposedly threw him in the ocean. That's not the first time he was killed, right? So that's what I'm saying. People make up, it's like Saddam was saying, and all this, you don't know anything about these people. People just spit the American narrative is what they do. More people would probably know outside of America than even inside. But Osama bin Laden was a trained CIA operative and an oil tycoon who did deals with the Bushes, who are also oil tycoons, the Bushes, and the Trumps and the Gates. They're all in on it, whether you realize it or not, because they used the oil technology until they were going to have all this Tartaria technology they've been holding for thousands of years. This stuff has been out. They've had it since the 1800s, since Tesla started bringing this back, researching the whole current technology, the 369, the ether technology, all of this, anti-gravitics, perpetual polarity, all this free energy, all of it. And they couldn't have it because they were already heavily invested in oil, copper, power poles. Tesla was going to ruin their whole gig. So they took and, it's kind of like what they did when they found the huge gold reserve in the Grand Canyon. They shut the fuck up, Ghostly, about your dumbass conspiracy theories. Listen, conspiracy theory, this is the kind of person, Ghostly, there's no such thing as ghosts. You're a stupid motherfucker. You know that right now? I rebuke you. I rebuke you because you're so fucking stupid. You don't even understand that there's no such thing as ghosts. The reason why I'm offended by your name is because Father is Hokadesh, and that is the word ghost. So you're a stupid motherfucker, and then you sit there and you use the word conspiracy theorists, which is the criminal intelligence, imbeciles and assholes, the CIA, that coined that term for people just like you to use it so nobody will listen. It's like, Y2K, little boy that cried fucking wolf. Nobody will listen when people throw this out. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So you don't have any idea what you're talking about. Quit using that term conspiracy theorist, because what you're doing is you're using a term that the government has coined to get people to stop looking. So you've been programmed like a virus to use a term to get people to stop looking. You know how many things have come to pass? Are you telling me that the whole Blind 11 was that Osama bin Laden with his buddies with two box cutters dropped? You know what I'm saying? 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. There's never been a single fire building drop any kind of metal high-rise building. They're meant to get hit by 5 airplanes ever. Building 7 was the criminal imbeciles and assholes CIA headquarters. Remember? They lost $2 trillion that day. You forgot about the Pentagon, huh? You picked the wrong person to come in and use the term conspiracy theorist, because the criminal imbeciles and assholes are probably the most criminal organizations out of these alphabet soup agencies, all of them, from the Department of Jackasses at the top or the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles at the bottom. They're all alphabet soup agencies. They're all armed to the teeth, and they'll shoot you dead if they have a chance, because they think they have some kind of authority, but they're still some kind of corporation, whether you like it or not. But you're going to use a term that you don't even know, that was tokenized, coined by the CIA. Put that term out and you use it like some kind of get people to stop looking. You are the stupidest motherfuckers on this earth. You truly are. Earth ruled. You're ruled. Earth is ruled. You're ruled by your dialect. You let the CIA make you say things and you don't even realize that you're saying them when you say it. How about conspiracy fact? We all know that Warp Speed, is the #1 drug dealer on this rock. If you're too afraid to say it, then get the fuck out of here. Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Warp Speed, jab, single selling product outpaced any other product ever sold. Any real estate was the #1 single selling. Real estate, house, well, actually, commercial real estate like blocks, buildings, high rise. That $2.2 trillion jab outpaced any other single selling product ever. And that's still to this day the #1 selling product on the rock that you walk. And who created it? The king of the jabs. Who's the #1 drug dealer? Donald John Trump. Put the fucking blame where it's at, or get out of here. I don't like tiptoeing around with people who are going to have to go back in history and sit there and can't see the obvious. President 9/11, 4 + 5 is 9, 4 + 7 is 11. You that bad at math? You going to tell me 2 + 2 = 5 and 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes? I worked for the Olympics for Chevrolet and right after there, and I went right down on the media deck and I saw pools of fucking lava, what I thought was lava. You want to tell me the combustion rate of jet fuel, and then what is steel buildings? What do the beams melt at? It's not even physical possible. And you're going to sit there and push this shit. Well, they're still touching kids at the airport, and you don't say shit about that either, do you? Hey, that was the best thing for Mr. Warp Speed, because you know he's the Trump-Steen Island, right? It's Trump's Island. Yeah, Bill and Hillary, they all go there. They're all in Ellen DeGeneres, all of them. Oprah, she's been there too, all of them. Island boys and girls, they bring boys and girls to Trump's Island. Not Epstein Island, it's Trump's Island. Stop sitting there and fooling yourself. His phone has been pinged from his 58-story Babylonian tower, where he wants to build an Arch of Triumph, which was the entrance to Babylonian Satan's tower. That's what he just put in the other day, just in front of everybody. I'm going to build the Arch of Triumph, you fucking idiots. The Arch of Triumph. That is the entrance to Satan's tower, Babylon. That was 58 stories, just like Donald's 58-story Manhattan Tower. Okay? Tell me you've never worked without metal you've never worked out with metal. Oh, no, I've never worked in a fucking machine shop. I have never used a plasma cutter. I've never welded before. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. What is this? What is steel melt? What is this steel? What does steel melt at? Come on. Hello? You ever use a plasma cutter? Cut right through like fucking butter. Using electric, you dumb fuck. Electric to cut steel. How about that? You ever think about that? Do me, baby. Do me, baby. Directed energy, you dumb fucks. I'm the only person on this rock that said that's how they dropped the backbone out of that place. Do you know that they didn't have hardly any windows? How far apart the windows? There was no other buildings ever built like those two buildings were ever built. They were built in 1973 to be dropped in their footprint. Building 7, CIA headquarters, 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Tell me you don't know what the fuck you're talking about without opening your mouth, even before you even open up your mouth. And then you go ahead and just have the time to fucking type it. So did anybody want to, what does steel melt at? What does steel melt at? What is combustion rate of jet fuel? How come those don't math, huh? Just like 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. And they're still touching fucking kids at the airport. And this guy is talking about, tell me you don't think about anything you say before you say it. Sad, isn't it? Probably wouldn't know anything that's going on in the sun. Why is the sun white? Tell me you work with metal, so you've used a cutting torch. Why is the sun white? I wish that dumbass was still in here before he thought about opening his mouth. Tell me, why is the sun white? If you used a torch, then why is the sun white? What's that have to do with the cutting torch? Gas torch. What do you know about that? What's the comparison? You ever use a gas torch? Stick welder, MIG welder, TIG welder? What kind of welder? You ever cut metal? Cutting torch, plasma cutter? They're working a machine shop. You know what a CNC machine is? Kind of like these current, what do they got these machines? They're called, that's what it was called, but they got a new one now. Whatever. 3D printers. Fucking people are so lame, man. I went there, brothers and sisters, and I saw pools of what I thought were lava. Lava pools. Because I worked for the Olympics. And they toted us down before you guys ever got to see, before they put that media deck. That was the media deck where they took everybody down, you know, in the media. Even before they opened up for the media. You know, I remember still those buildings were still, you know, literally smoking when I went there. And literally on fire. And like I said, lava pool still, you know, during the Olympics. 2002. So, what a stupid gig that was to run the Olympic torch. God, what a fool I was to do that. But anyways, my point is that you'd have to be a complete ignorant, you know, ignoramus to sit there and think that a building's going to slice into a fucking airplane and, you know, or a building's going to slice it. An airplane's going to slice into, hey, I'm sorry, I work everything backwards. If I'm glad I didn't learn how to fly, because I figured out how to fly 3 steel buildings into 2 airplanes. But I'm just that kind of guy, because he says you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their work upside down. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyways, my point is nobody points out that I'm the only person I know that points out that how they dropped those buildings was not just with thermite. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But they use directed energy. I don't know anybody else that talks about it. There's no way that building could have been taken down the way they did, even with the explosions. They decided to pull it. That's a pyrotechnics terminology, dialect. They decided to pull it. Building 7, pop, 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 pop. We saw that. No, that building was taken down with directed energy. That's why it fell right in his footprint. And pyrotechnics. Pyrotechnics is that's why it fell in its footprint. Building 7, nothing hit building 7 at all. Tower 7, nothing hit it. And it still fell in its own footprint. Remember, they came and announced it was dropped before it ever fell. They decided to pull it. That's a pyrotechnics terminology used in a controlled demolition. So remember, they did oh, I got some energy I can direct at you, retard. Okay, would you like to define the word retard there, Combo? Here, let's show Combo. Combo, would you like to tell everybody, define the word? Oh, okay, we won't. So maybe you can define the word hell. But anyways, that's something that never everybody ever talks about. Hey, Combo, define the word hell. Since you don't retard, you're gonna say retard. That's pretty derogatory, man. People with mental disabilities are God's people. You're a fucking piece of shit, just so you know that right now. I'm going to call you out. You're a fucking slime ball, no humanity having piece of shit motherfucker. Those are God's people. You tell them somebody who's never sinned in their life, they might be a nightmare to deal with, but they don't know what they're fucking doing because they have a mental retardation, and you're telling me I'm fucking retarded? That's God's people. He said you'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea than hurt one hair on my children's head. Are you going to sit there and call somebody with mental retardation? I'm calling you out, you dumb fucking idiot. Hell in here. I want to know what the word hell is. Go ahead and make an ass of yourself, you dumb motherfucker. Kumbo. You've been here before, dumb motherfucker. Remember kumbaya, motherfucker. I remember you last time. So you want to come in here and say your dumb shit again. Come on there, dumbass. Tell everybody the word abyss. Tell everybody the word hell. I think we did this with you last time. You couldn't define shit either, huh? And you got you come on, you piece of shit motherfucker. You're dog shit. Somebody who has mental retardation is God's chosen child. So you're a piece of shit. Define the word hell. Because I want to point out, this person said retarded, brothers and sisters. Look at this. And then drug pushing, brothers and sisters. This is the kind of people that Father warns about too. So you're a piece of shit. You know that, Kumbo? Because you came in here and said I was retarded. Yeah, you're a fucking piece of shit. Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? You sat there. Do you realize that somebody with a mental retardation is somebody that's God's chosen? That's God's chosen people? Because they've never sinned in their life. They don't know. And I'm not even supposed to, but I'm pointing out what kind of savage, sick, fucking kind of, sadistic mentality that you have, that God creates some sick, fucking evil people. And you're the epitome of it. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about scripture. Shut the fuck up. You sick fuck. You came in here and called me retarded. Retarded is a mental retardation. Do you think somebody asked for that? And then you're going to tell me I'm fucking mentally retarded when those are God's chosen people? Do you understand what I'm saying? Why I brought this person back on for a minute, brothers and sisters, to show the sadistic? Do people forget that when he says my children, he doesn't mean infants? I mean those too, obviously, because they never sinned. If you've never sinned, but when the age of accountability turns on, that's it. So my point of what I'm saying, guys, is people forget that people who have mental retardation, or people who, like, because of things like whack the nations, sticking people with a jab, they turn in, they don't have the ability anymore. And that's, and I don't mean to be like that, but like a dog goes and rips a cat apart because a bird rips a mouse apart. Sometimes these people with mental retardation, they're ripping things apart, but they don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's God's child right there. Because if you have never sinned, then you don't need to be judged, for Christ's sake. So I'm not going to have somebody come in here like this dumb fuck and not learn off of them. Those are God's children. You just think God's children are some little infants. God's children are his bride and those that have never sinned. And so if you have a mental disability, retardation, and you don't realize what you're doing, that is God's child. You couldn't be any more of God's child than that. I don't care how old they are. You better get it through your head. Okay, so we're going to apologize for the cursing, but that's a good lesson. Because kumbaya, whatever came in here before. Don't learn off him. He'll come in here again because we don't, we moderate, but maybe he'll be quiet next time. But be careful before you point, your fingers at somebody like that, because, look, I'm making an example of what it's like, to sit there and you don't know anybody, from Adam. You don't know what's going on in that person's head. Now, I'm sure if somebody's older, you know what I'm saying? You would know if they had a mental disability, but something, like mental retardation, I take offense to that word because retarded is means that you've been restrained and that you can't see, like those people can't sin because they don't even know what they're doing. That's beautiful. I don't like the idea to even be in that mentality that would not be able to have what we have, some kind of clairvoyance to be able to discern things. Remember, these people are grown people and they're go from being children to adults and then die of an old age still having mental retardation. But they're beautiful people. I used to work with people when I was young. I enjoyed growing up in school working with people who have mental disabilities. So I take offense when somebody calls. I don't care. You can't call me retarded. I am farthest thing from retarded, but because I know I'm going to be held accountable. I don't get the blessing that they've been given because that is a blessing, whether you understand what they've been given or not. That's a guarantee they're going to be with Father. Hallelujah. I wish I could turn off sometimes like that. And that ain't happened, So anyways, Kumbo's an idiot and a savage. You should think about how we treat people with, like I said, with disabilities, especially if somebody has a strong mental disability. That's a child of God. And that person shouldn't be treated, like some kind of, they used to throw people away like that, brothers, sisters, throughout history. People like that always were thrown away in history and never treated, you know what I'm saying? Never treated treated like there was something wrong with them. They used to think people who used to sneeze had a demon, brothers, sisters. Seizure had a demon, and do things like frontal lobotomize people, Chris says retarded addict. Yeah, you're a retarded addict, right? Is that what you're? Look at this, brothers, sisters. Look at this sick society. Now, not mentally retarded, right? But look at this. Chris has been restrained. His comment was retarded addict. Society, their coattails, they derive their pleasure. That's a whole different kind of sickness too, right? Coming and call somebody. Then another thing is to ride the coattails and be a narcissist, to somebody and to ride the coattail, of somebody's narcissism. Pretty sick society. So when I tell you that most people are evil, maybe you'd understand why. Remember, most people are in the broad way and enter through the wide gate and go to hell. Hell is a place of no knowledge. What is he saying? Is someone who is addicted to venom or toxic traits. Yeah, it's a narcissism. It's a dopamine dump, brothers, sisters, in their body. They seriously get a dopamine dump by doing that in their body. If you'd ever studied addiction, if you ever studied mental disability, I've been CLEAT certified and how to handle and identify mental disabilities and treat people, with mental disabilities when I was in law enforcement. So I have a lot of certification. I take that I don't take that very lightly because anybody that have any kind of cognitive ability to be able to function in society, you've been given abundance, because there are still people who can function in society who have mental retardation. But then you have people like this who come in here who actually produce horrible things for society, So I'd actually think that that person that might have a mild or retardation who's functioning in society is doing a lot better than somebody coming into YouTube trolling somebody. You know what I'm saying? Is, you know, they're more sick than that person because of the narcissism, their sadistic ways to pull themselves up or others down to lift themselves up. That I've been handled. I know how to do this. You know, people constantly accuse me of having a mental disability. Well, you know what? They're locking people up in America for having mental disabilities on the streets of this country right now. People who have mental disabilities, people who are too poor, not even people who are just coming from other countries, which they let come in here for decades, who most of them came here and didn't cause any problems. A nation of immigrants trying to keep out all the immigrants. I think this nation probably has a disability or got hit in the head too many times. A nation of immigrants trying to keep out all the immigrants, huh? Is that what Christ would do? Ask yourself, WDCD, what did Christ do? You think this is what he would do? Kick out people who've been here 20 years because they don't have a piece of paper? Yep, cortisone. There you go. So this is how we deal with people in here. Sometimes we just point them out. We show them to the narrow way. Apologize for my cursing. I just don't like people to call people retarded. You know, people who are retarded are some of the most beautiful people on this world. You know, I wouldn't want to say that that's the life I'd have, but man, I really wish somebody just, you know, I'm very abundant that grenade did not make me mentally retarded. So guess what, all you stupid trolls, you're gonna have to deal with me because I took a grenade to the face and I should have suffered some mental, you know, disability from that, and how I can put together the sentences and talk like I do and do what I am been given, you know. I don't mean to go there. All that would have been nice, just sit there and kind of be, and not gone through this last 18 months because nothing has happened for me. Drooling on myself. No, Father's not done with me yet. So don't come in here and tell somebody is God's chosen that I know for sure. I can't tell any one of us adults for sure whether we're chosen or not, but I know for sure 100% certain that somebody who has a mental disability or what you call mental retardation is a child of God. I'm 100% certain of that. You know, they've never sinned, so they don't need judgments. Do you understand? There's very, very oligos that even fit that. Do you understand? So when God makes somebody mentally retarded, he doesn't make a mistake. Do you understand? That's not a mistake. He didn't make a mistake. That's right. They're already sealed. Thank you. Hallelujah. So I think we'll leave it at that. They don't need to go through judgments, brothers and sisters. He doesn't make any mistakes. We're not all chosen. Many are called, but few are chosen. That's blasphemy. Josh was incorrect. So, and you're not changing that, brothers and sisters. Okay, so I take offense to, you know, because even at that, imagine somebody like that's a parent that has to take care of a child like that. You know what I'm saying? You know? Okay, I understand what you mean by that, but that's not what the scripture says. It says many are called, but few are chosen. So we all made it. We're all here. We're the ones, right? So I do understand what you're saying on that, Josh, as long as it's not referring to scriptural, you know, that. And he did choose us to be that one. So we're set apart. Yeah, we have to endure to the end. We have to fight to the end, guys. We can't give up early. Nobody's ever been saved. The word redemption means it's something that's bought that you come back. You can come back 2 days later, 2 months later, 2 years later, 2,000, 2,600 plus years later, and that's still the word redemption. He said, look up, your redemption draws nigh. He comes back and picks up. Yeah, so although, like I said, it just absolutely shatters my whole ego. Like people, oh, you should take some DMT or something. When I think people who are mentally retarded, because they're like, they're sealed, like I think Abdul said, they're sealed. They're already they don't need to pass through judgments, and that's insane. Because it says all will pass, but when they pass through, there's no, they get, I don't mean like a free pass, but that's what they get. And that is such a blessing, that is such an abundance, what I'm saying, to have been selected like that. Remember, imagine not even to realize what's going on right now. You're just in your own world like a child, and you don't know, and you don't care at all about bills or politics or war. And basically, the only thing you really, is that some of the basics, like I'm hungry, I don't feel good. I'm going to let somebody know, just like kind of like I'm an infant, and you bury an infantile type of behavior, just the basics, you know. Wow. What an abundance to be given such a, never have to worry about anything, never have to think about anything, never to, like I said, to grow an ego. There's no ego there at all. There's no thought of sin, no understanding of sin, no care in the world of any of these things that we worry about on the daily basis. So, wow, what a perfection Father made. That's what I'm saying. I can't stand the fact that somebody would, and throughout history, a lot of these people were just tossed to the side and told that they were the outcasts of society, because they couldn't function, and produce what people thought, was it was like a living wage, if you could. They couldn't take care of their own, and they were burdened and looked at as a weak link in society, and never looked at from a spiritual sense that we're supposed to be Christ-like and take care of these people. Father bursts, certain people to be service to other beings, and that's their calling, and that's what they do. And they go out and they serve the people that are down. People have been given less blessed. Those are not as abundant, and those have been widowed, and those have been abandoned, and those are without. And that's who Christ, remember, that's how he told us to go out, and those are the people we need to be with, not so Father did provide for them not to be thrown into the trash like there's some kind of second class citizen or something of this sort, kind of like what they're doing in this country right now. I'm appalled at this country, to serve as a United States Army veteran, to see them remove hardworking Americans that have came here and been here. How long do you need to be in this country without a piece of paper to be an American? If you don't commit a crime, put it in the chat. We'll see. We'll see what kind of humanity any of you have. I don't care if you don't have a piece of paper or not. How long now, if you didn't come here, if you got a criminal, okay, we don't want you here because you committed like murder, rape, armed robbery. Okay, that's different. That's different. You came here with no person-on-person crime. And you don't have a piece of paper. How long before you're an American? You worked here. You didn't just sit on your ass. You didn't collect benefits. You came here and you worked. How long do you have to be in this country to be American? So if you don't think that you're an American, will you leave now? If you don't think you can gain being an American without having a piece of paper, I need you to go ahead and unsubscribe if you're a subscriber to this channel and get out of here. Because I know you have rights under the Constitution, whether you have citizenship when you're between these walls, like the right of due process, irregardless if you have citizenship in this country or not. You have the rights under the Constitution. People think these people don't have rights. Yes, you do. Like, oh, well, you didn't vote, so you don't have a right to speak up. Okay, so now I don't have the right to speak up because I didn't vote? That's wrong. Well, I don't know about right away. I'm saying, like, because some towns, like I'm saying, I wouldn't think you become American right away, but I appreciate your answer, Rena, but if somebody's been here for a couple years, few years, 3, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. You're not going to call that an American? They fled another country because we did what we did to their country. In most cases, 1,000 military bases plus in all 180 countries. We caused them to come here, made their dollar worth so little they came here. So, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I think a couple years. If they've been here a year, even a year, they've been here a year, they worked here a whole year, they can get no trouble. That's maybe not. Okay, a couple years though. So he's been here 2 years, they haven't committed a crime since they've been here. No person-on-person crime. I'm not talking about getting a speeding ticket, a crime. Crime. No victim, no crime. If there's no victim, that's not a crime. If there is nobody who has been victimized, then that's repugnant by the Constitution. So that's just my opinion. Just to me, I don't think people 2 years, something like that. You're telling me that people need to have citizenship in this country to have rights? No, you're wrong. So, like I said, appreciate you. There's not a right answer, Zarina, what I was saying. To me, it doesn't seem, you're telling me somebody's not an American because they don't have a piece of paper? What the hell, dude? Father's going to whip the living piss out of these people, brothers and sisters. Anybody of these people are bootlickers, just like something like that. That's a humanity thing. Keep your, legal, lawful nonsense out of this conversation for a minute. Act with some humanity for a minute. Tell me people have been here for years and that you're going to kick them out of here. That's what's happening right now in this country. They're destroying the middle class again. Literally stripping people who've been here 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 20 years. Never committed a single crime the whole time they've been here. Trump didn't throw him out during his first administration, didn't he? No, he created the greatest jab. You're going to get the greatest wall, but that just went to shit, didn't it? When he says, oh, well, hey, we've got more than avocados coming there, President Trump, from Mexico. We got a lot, papaya, guava, mango. Oh, wait, hold on. I can't do all that. Good talking about that greatest wall ever. And then they started talking about, what was it? It was the jab. And how did they end the corona? Wars and rumors of wars with the Ukraine war. I remember how that started. Wars and rumors of wars. So, oh my goodness. Why is my fire not going well? Oh, because I burn out. Damn, that wood burns fast. I don't know what kind of wood that is. Somebody gave that to me, but it doesn't burn very long. It does not burn very long. Hey, it's better than no firewood. It's better than no firewood. Oh, I better get up and start trimming again, huh? Better get up and trim. Trim and trim and trim. I didn't let the chickens out in their kennel today, or the pen. I'm going to go check on them real quick. I'll be right back in and go check on these ladies. They're probably upset at me because I didn't let them out. Stay. Yeah, they're like, what's going on, Dad? Why are we stuck here? No, they've got 3 separate places to stay. But, yeah, they're doing all right. Mr. Pants, you just walked through all my paper there, boy. You just walked through Dad's paper. Dad's trying to trim. Don't go back that way, Pants. Don't go back that way. Oh, you knucklehead. You knucklehead. Pants, stay over there. Stay over there, please. Thank you. Pants, stay. All right, I think it's time to do some more trimming. I think I'll take a couple puffs here, and I've got about, well, not quite half that plant already trimmed there. I've been working on it. But let me take this coat off. Try to keep it warm in here. Today. Today. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't know what kind of firewood that is. I think it's it looks like ash. Might be cottonwood too. Can't tell. Can't tell. So I have to say that I'm really stoked that not a lot happened during that protest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it just burns fast, you know. It's burning really fast. It don't take long to burn up. That's all right. Bitter no wood. No wood. Heather, the nice lady in town, she gave me. She came by to pick up some roofing that I had, and she had a load of firewood, so she came and dropped some, I don't know, a little bit off. She'd have probably loaded a lot more, but I didn't want to take her firewood. She said she had a lot of firewood this year, but I just don't want to take her firewood. So who knows what kind of winter it's going to be. But I tell you, it's better than no firewood. So it's warmed up in here. I mean, it's not cold. It's not that hot, or it's not that cold outside. It's probably about 40 degrees out now. 45 degrees, something like that. So not too bad. Not too bad. I'm going to have to get some firewood. Probably about a week's worth of firewood. I think is all I'm going to need. Because I don't think I'm going to stay here for the winter. Not staying here for the winter. Or I'll be staying in a jail cell where I won't need any firewood. So. But hopefully I'll get that figured out here in the next week or two. I hope John doesn't wait until, the attorney, until, a week or two before the trial to posture. I think he'd want to posture sooner, right? Because, I haven't even talked to him about the case or nothing. Nothing about how many, like if I received a conviction, since I don't have any prior record, what kind of time I'd be looking at or what. He hasn't said anything to me. So that leads me to believe that he has got this handled, patient. I just let, oh, well, I'm so close now. I mean, I'm saying that I know something and I appreciate, yeah, I still don't know, but I'm this, but I'm this close, so I'm not that far, I mean, now tomorrow is it's a month and less than a week before pre-trial. So they're either going to drop it by then or I'm going to trial and then only 1 week later. So it'll all be done. It's messing with me hardcore. You know what I'm saying? Please go. Quit walking through there. You keep stepping on my trim. Say, well, it's right in the middle of the floor, Dad. It's right in the middle of the floor. Of course we're going to step on it. That's right. It's not the end of the world, huh, puppies? So, yeah, it'll all get worked out, here in a month and a half. At the longest. Think of that. Holy snap. It's finally going to be dealt with. I don't want to say over because obviously it didn't get dealt with, but, or it's not over, but it got dealt with. But I need to hyper focus on getting out of here now, though. I'm thinking about going back into town here in the next couple of days and going and getting that license switched over. I just don't know if I'm going to have enough funds to do it because I have taxes due kind of up in November next month. So I got taxes on 45 acres of land. And I don't have to pay my taxes because I wouldn't, they wouldn't do anything to me, but I don't want to owe any back taxes on any property that I have here. So I want all this stuff to be up to date. That's how I roll, but we'll see this next coming week here. Well, starting tomorrow, I'm going to work on those vehicles and work on the flatbed and on the Ford and try to get them sold. So that'll give me enough funding there to do something with, because I got to listen to what my word tells me. I got to listen to my word. My word tells me to get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here, I don't even know where I'm going, but, anywhere, but just don't stay here for now. Just go and get away while you can. And whatever happens, happens. So, but yeah, staying here is not an option. Not at this point, unless I'm forced to stay here, because I've been here for already how long? Not be able to go anywhere. So it will work itself out. It will. It's going to take probably some civil lawsuits in this case, and then I'll be able to get some closure on it. But I think I'm going to do all that after I leave the country. I don't think I'll need to be inside the country to do that, to file those lawsuits. No. But we'll see. I'm not making plans because Father will wreck any plans I try to make. So preparing for, said who knows, things can get wild this in November if they cut everybody's, a lot of people in America on food stamps. A lot of people on, food benefits. That'd be a big hit for this country. where people are very dependent on very garbage food too. Not eating the best food either. So they say the poorest people are the most overweight. How's that possible? That the poorest people are overweight? I thought they wouldn't have any food if they were poor. So, definitely some changes coming here. We'll see what happens in these next, couple of weeks if they start canceling people's food stamps. Man, that's going to be, people change when they get hungry, man. Everybody's pretty fed right now. Look like a lot of people went out onto the streets of America and got, looks like they must have been all, nobody was hungry. They must have some food to go down there with. This could be a very dangerous country. People in this country have missed any meals. Hardly at all. Never gone a whole day without missing a meal. Kind of a coddled generation, if you will. A generation that's just has it all. 40% of those rocks resources consumed right here by 3% of this world's populace. So tell me they're not pampered, a pampered generation for sure. Was that a fly? Seen a fly. So if they start cutting people's benefits for food, that will make a big change in this country. That can make people stand up and get real angry real quick, especially if they've never not missed a meal their whole life. Many people have never missed a meal in their life. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. A lot of people in other countries, they fast, they miss meals. I'm not telling you to fast because I don't want to give you medical advice, but a lot of people in other countries, they miss meals. It's not the end of the world for them. They go on, Here in America, oh my God, honey, where's my Frappuccino? In my ding dong, my ho-hos, Where's all my sugars, my buns? What do you call them, buns? Where's my sugar daddy? I need my carbs and my Red Bull. It gives me wings. What do you mean they're out of Red Bulls? No! You know what I'm saying? So imagine a lot of people who come here in the last decade, 2, 3, last 3, 2, a lot of missed meals to get here. So I think they'll be much more hardened if something like lights go out. Yep, we're in that time of year in North America. It's not the summer anymore. You're pretty much done growing anything but a cold crop now in most of North America. So people are going to have to be dependent on the system. If the system's canceling people's benefits, it's going to get hairy. This feels awful designed. Once again, I find the timing of it rather ironic. Right around these protests is when they're going to start shutting off everybody's benefits. Well, that sounds like somebody's trying to incite a civil war. Yep. Be a great way to get people pissed off is make them hungry. They'll try to overthrow you. For sure. That's why I'm trying to stay out of the way of chaos. Avoid chaos at all costs. Get away from gatherings such as what happened yesterday. That's awesome if it's organic. But again, if there was 2 million, roughly 2 million people that came out to march against Trump, pretty much the fascism. Where will those 2 million people be at today? So, I don't know. They all go back home to their job. They'll go home. Never to be seen again. Well, not at a protest, you know. Where'd all these people come from? So, I'm going to put some more. Keep that thing, put the A and D on there. It's what I use on my tattoos. For about the first week I use A and D. And then I normally just let it do whatever it's going to do after that. All right, there we go. It's kind of dried out. Oh, very happy. Very happy. Well, again, I feel good that no King's ritual there, whatever they had, that it wasn't a huge event, that there wasn't some big mass terror event, and that didn't make, that's not going to make Donald McWarp Speed there, enact that insurrection act. So I'm starting to think about this. I'm trying to pick another, look at another date here. Remember, I'm not planning in any dates. I would feel like if they were going to drop the case, they wouldn't drop it at the pretrial hearing if they're going to drop it before. And they could drop it during that date and say, hey, we don't want to take it to trial, right? Wouldn't they do that before the pretrial, the pretrial hearing? So I'm thinking maybe a week before the pretrial hearing, which makes that something like the 17th. So I'm thinking if I don't hear anything by the 17th, I'm going to trial. No matter what. I think if I go to the pretrial date and they ain't dropped it by then, they're going to take it to trial. That's what I'm trying to give myself. And I don't care if it's, what I'm saying, but I'm trying to get, I'm saying, because that only gives me, so much time again, which is good. It helps me, I need to get past this date, and if I can move on with my life, I'm going to move on with my life. I'm going to, like I said, I'll probably immediately look for Elijah. I mean, obviously right out of court, on first call, I'm going to call him. And I know his phone's not on, but I'm going to still call him. So he has some kind of recorded thing that I called him and he knows if he's anywhere alive. Because I want to know why he hasn't filed these lawsuits. I want to know why he hasn't filed the lawsuits. Something's not right. Why hasn't he filed these lawsuits? So he should be able to file the lawsuits. Already should have. So is Adriana. So what's up with that? So I'm going to research that, but I'm telling you, I want to be ready to go. So that's why I'm thinking I got to go get these plates done, like ASAP. Because, like, what if John called me? What if John called me and said this week, hey, Tracy, they dropped the case. They don't want to, they dropped the charges. They're going to just go back down there and pick your guns up and, whatever, meet him at the annex or something or whatever. And, and man, I want to leave then. I want to go. I don't want to, I'm saying. So I really need to function this week. I need to not let myself get distracted, and I won't. I'm just saying I need to sell those 2 vehicles. I need to leave with about $5,000 in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't want to travel that kind of money, but it is what it is. I don't have to put it all. I won't carry it all on me. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So, but I need to leave with some money in my pocket. I don't know if I'm ever coming back here. And to leave with no money is a little bit tough to do. You know what I'm saying? I want to leave with enough money that maybe if I could get settled and make kind of a plan so I can come back, and have that. Because I'm actually thinking what I'm going to do is I've already kind of in my brain game theory this out, and I'm going to try to find a place in Mexico. I'm going to actually rent something in Mexico. You know what I'm saying? I need a place in Mexico where I can kind of have a base for a little bit, because I think I want to stay there for a couple months in Mexico. And I'm not going to worry about all this shit that's going on at the border and none of that. I'm not going to even care about it. I'm going to go down there and nobody's going to, a lot of people won't even talk about it. Probably won't even know it's happening. I know it. So, that's what I'm saying. I need a place to call base so that I can, if I came into property or I mean, like a vehicle or, yeah, that would be tough to do, I mean, I could, because I could blog, I'm saying, I, I could make probably about, and I don't mean to say this, but about $100 a month is about what I make. And I would not have to blog. I think as soon as I stop blogging about this situation that's going on, and I just organically make the channel about more ministry and then more what I'm doing, that, I might bring in another $50 a month for people want to contribute, openly to the ministry. So I think I can average about $100 a month. That's better than nothing. And I know that's not, that would pay my phone bill and my insurance probably, right? So that's a base, because I told myself I'm going to keep this. I've tried to guard this channel, you know what I'm saying, and not get too overboard with my Trump stuff. And I know what I can say here so far and what I can, or, what I've been getting strike for. So I think I need to, yeah, if like I said, if I can keep this as some kind of stream, I can use this as a, there's nothing wrong. There's bloggers that make money off YouTube, especially if I'm producing content, like when I'm going around doing man on the street videos and things like that. Nothing wrong with that. I can't make $100 a month off for working. Look how many hours I put in here a month, a month. Sometimes I put in 3 jobs on YouTube and make $100. So I don't, like I said, I never did it for money, but when I leave, I think I can have this as some kind of, what I'm saying is it's a stream. It's a revenue stream that I would know that I could probably bring in if I just stayed on and I blogged a little bit, where I was at, what I was doing. You guys, I'm sure you'd love to see what I was doing down there. It would, you would definitely, I think people would contribute, and I would get super chats. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So bloggers don't make money, so I can't be a blogger. That's what I am. I'm a video blogger. That's what I do. Come on. I have 6 freaking YouTube channels, right? I have 6 YouTube channels. I'm not a video blogger. I don't blog these things out. Yes, I do. So, I'm over it, like I said. So if maybe I can make a couple $100 is what I was thinking, Sabrina. I'm not going to depend on it, but it'd be nice to have this as a stream of income while I'm down there. A couple $100 coming in where I know I could use my card. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, that's what I was thinking. So maybe a couple $100 I can generate. I think I generate a little bit more if I get off this couch and, go out and do things and, so like, yeah. So we'll see. There's some. Right, I was thinking I wanted to rent one of these properties out, one of these cabins out, but I don't think I want to deal with anybody in a cabin while I'm gone. I just don't think I want to deal with the headache. Somebody trashing it or fire or anything could happen. You know what I'm saying? Renters are savages sometimes. No matter who they are, renters can be hard to deal with. So I got to kind of let that go. I could do that if I had people here. If I had somebody here, watching over the property, and if somebody was here, that'd be different. But with nobody here, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. And then that leaves it open too for somebody who wants to come out here. You know what I'm saying too? it leaves the cabin, cabins available for people if they wanted to come out here. So I don't think this one, I'm not going to empty this one out, but I'm sure keep that one ready. I probably want that one. I'm going to make sure that one's ready to go before I leave here. Not totally like to rent out, but I'm saying if somebody wanted to stay in there from the ministry, they can go as a sanctuary. Hey, I'm out in the Pacific Northwest, and yeah, go over there. Here's where it's at. Go, let yourself in and enjoy yourself, kind of deal. So, but I mean, it'd be nice to have income coming in every month. Probably $500 or $600, but I don't know if I want to deal with the headache back and forth and not knowing who, and so I think I'm going to pass on that for now. Although I want to, because I needed somebody to have income here, because how the hell am I going to make my land payment? Because I have a $245 land payment. This is going to be my land payment, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to need to probably generate about $245 a month off of, if I can. If I don't, I don't. It is what it is. I'm going to change it up, but hopefully I can get, between, people liking what they see when I'm down there. I can get, yeah, I just, like I said, if there were people here in the ministry staying here or something like that, another building, I could probably, have somebody, but while I'm gone, they can move a whole bunch of people in here, start moving stuff in here, not know what I'm going on while I'm here. Nah. So hopefully I can generate $250 a month off of video blogging. I think I can, and if not, I'm not going to be gone that long. I'm only going to be gone 4 months. So it's only like $1,000 to pay that. I need an extra 1,000 to. That's why I'm thinking about just going to Mexico for now and seeing from there. I mean, I'll probably go down to Panama and visit down there because I have a passport, but I don't know if I'm going to cross over the border down to Ecuador with my vehicle. That's what I'm saying. It might be nice to have a place to kind of keep that. I think Kevin and I might go in on it'd be a place to keep the dogs, so I wouldn't have to travel with the dogs too, you know what I'm saying? So the dogs can have, because I want to bring my cats too. I don't have anybody to watch my cats. I want to leave my cats here over the winter. So I'm taking my cats with me. But maybe Kevin will go in a place with me down there. We could find first probably $300 a month. I bet you Kevin and I could find a nice little place out somewhere in the country. Nothing special, just something quaint, a couple little bungalow or something, 2-bedroom bungalow, something we can pull the dogs in, a little cabana or something, like that, somewhere there's some good neighbors or something in a country setting. Somewhere out in the country. A lot of places in Mexico, there's a lot of country in Mexico too, away from the city. So think of something like that, would be worth it. Because I have a base that I can operate from, a base too. And then I can video blog from there if we wanted to, it's not, as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying just if Kevin and I just got a little small apartment, it'd be worth parking to know where somewhere you could park and sleep and rest. And what I'm saying? So there's places down there in Mexico that are out of town, not in the cities. City's a little more expensive, but I think Kevin and I could pull that off. I think, we might just use Mexico as the base for now. Stay in Mexico for a little bit. And then if we decide we want to leave or something, we can go. We just take off, and maybe go down to Ecuador. Like I said, I want to travel down there to Ecuador, but I'm thinking I don't want to bring my vehicle down there until I know for sure we're going to get a property down there, until we can find a property down there that, because I told Kevin I want to take him down there to go find a property that, that he likes. He's got to like it too if he's going to be there with me. I said, Kevin, I don't think I'm going to be able to buy this property. I just spent too much money this year, and I think he'll buy it. I think he'll buy the property, and he'll let me stay on the property. I'm not worried. Like I said, Kevin will let me stay. Same thing. If I bought the property, he can stay on this, so hopefully he'll go down there with me. We'll go look at that property. Maybe that farm will still be there. It'll be so badass to live stream from that farm. So I'm at that farm. Remember, I showed you that this is the farm I was telling you about. So, but I want to look at others too. That's why I told Kim, maybe it's better. Maybe we can find something bigger, you know. Not that we need bigger because that's 5 acres, but maybe we can find something like 3 hectares. That's about 7 acres, you know, not 5, you know, but we'll see. I just want to eventually have a base. I want a base that we can work from so I can go travel. You know, I gotta have to have a base where eventually I can have the dogs if I need to keep them there, or, you know, we're not traveling with them the whole time. I can do that, but, you know, I'm not ready for that right now. If I was financially, if I just filed a lawsuit, that's all I need to do, Sabrina, is get up off my ass. File the lawsuit and I'll be fine. Then I'll have money in the bank where I won't need to worry about any of these things. You know what I'm saying? I'll have money. I'll have money in an account. I'll have a spending account that I won't waste the money, but I'll have a spending account. So I've got grenade pins. I need to just go damn file the lawsuit. I will. It's not gonna go away. You know, statute of limitations. I'm still okay. You know, so that'll put more money in my pocket than I know what to do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't care. That's what I'm saying. I don't care about the money. I'm trying to struggle and do it the hard way. I like that. I got $1 million grenade pins, but I'm not cashing them in. You know, it's like I got a lottery ticket and I haven't got in. I went and cashed it in. I know that sounds funny because there's no, you know, I don't do luck. You know that I'm saying, but I know those are lawsuits. I know for certain. Like I said, even John, you know, I've talked to multiple attorneys and they said, yeah, those are some pretty big lawsuits you got there. You know, they violated your rights. So that's okay. I'm gonna see what else God has to throw at me first, and hopefully it's not another grenade. For Christ's sake, please, no more grenades. I really can't take no more beating. The body is not ready to. This last 18 months has been more stressful than it is to the body. It's the mind has been just. My mind has been wrecked. But whatever. I like to laugh. You see that? I like to laugh. I try to laugh. Got a lot of shitty things going on in my life, but I still take time to crack a joke, make a laugh, you know, be funny. I try to, you know, see people smile myself. It's not like you ain't never seen my teeth before, right? You know? So. But I'm a pretty serious dude. I know that. I'm a pretty serious guy. I know that about myself. I can't stand that. I really can't. I don't like that I intimidate people. You know, I don't like to intimidate people. That's who I am. Not everybody. There's a lot of people, though, super don't want to talk to me because they're just intimidated. And that's fine. So when I was young, I didn't like looking young, and look at the way I did. I couldn't get anybody to hardly take me serious half the time. People just want to sit there and stare at my jawline or something. Man. All right, I had to unclog my little man there. All right. Oh, much better. Much better. Much better. Oh, oh man. Let's take one from the top one here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Sabrina, this bud's for you. That's commercial, huh? That's not the same bud, man. This bud's for you. Oh. Oh, yeah. This bud's for you. Yep. Man. I'm getting some of this, got some of this trimmed here. About half of it. About half of it. Yeah. Getting there. I still had one over there that I forgot that one broke off the. Whoa, focus. Yeah, it's getting better. See, that's a lot of trim off this one here to get it. That one's got a lot of water leaf on it. But we're getting her. We're getting her done. Get her done. Freaking A. I go deep into the bush. Like Edward Scissorhands. Yeah. Oh. Maybe like a koala bear. I eat bush and run. Oh, just kidding. Oh. Oh my goodness. Hey, it's better than being a hunter, right? If you want me to be a hunter, I could be a hunter. You know what kind? You know, hunter. He always goes deep in the bush and he always shoots twice. So, not Nimrod, the mighty hunter. That's not the same one I'm talking about there. Talk about deer hunting there. Maybe caribou, right? So, caribou hunter goes deep in the bush, always shoots twice. And see, yeah. If you want to take home the big game, you got to be able to shoot. Make sure you. You know how it is when we do what we do, us bushmasters. So, yeah. Smoke trees every day. Oh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's the one that I'm chooching on right now. That's the limb that I cut off. I don't even jar cure any of this. It's got so much flavor already. When I jar cure this, it's going to have so much more flavor. I think that one's probably about 3 or 4 more days. We'll see. Maybe a little bit longer. It's pretty dry, but I want that stem to break. I want the stem to break. So it's a patience thing, but Oh, I'll wait. It'll be worth it. I'm in no hurry. I have enough meds here to smoke now, so I don't need to worry about that. Yeah, they'll definitely cure out, though. They'll cure nice, though. They really will cure super nice. Curing is that adds a lot of flavor, a lot more flavor. Curing just totally, I don't know, seals in those terpenes, brings back all the life to it once you get all that moisture and you burp those jars back, and yeah, that's when it's ready to last for a while. But we got to get him to the point where we can. So they'll be all right. I'm not gonna rush it. Oh man. Okay, yeah. So 17th. So how many days would it be to the 17th? Well, that's almost be like a month from now, huh? Ooh, there's that fly. Oh, stirred up another one. There was another one over there. Dang it. I need to fly back over there. So, all right, so it's the 17th. It's the 17th or the 19th right now. It's the 19th, isn't it? It's past the 19th. It's tomorrow the 20th? Yeah, tomorrow's the 20th, so 11, 27 days. Whoa, tomorrow's the 19th. Okay, tomorrow's the 19th. Okay, tomorrow's the 19th, so 19th to the 20th, and then so there's 12 days left and 17. So, wow, 29 days. Less than, oh my goodness. Yep, I got to sell that. I better sell those vehicles this week. Coming up. Better get them sold this week. Let's see if we're still charging. Are we charging? No, it's charging. Cool. Day-ish, yeah. Maybe-ish. So, wow. Interesting. Because at that point, like I said, I really don't feel like if they don't drop it in a week prior to the, prior to the pre-trial, they're going to go ahead and take it to trial. Because they'll just do it just to be assholes. So, I just know John still has to select a jury. There's a jury selection process that has to take place. So, he has to interview all those jury members. That's part of what I'm paying him for, is the jury selection, so I can get an unbiased jury, or as closest to as I can get. So there's still a process that has to happen, So, and I don't think they're really used to doing it very often. I know I told you 98.5% of cases in America take a plea agreement. They play out. It's real consistent statistic. It's almost year after year. So they're really bad at going to trial here. Like, they probably don't do very many trials. And so I don't even know if they would know how to go to a trial properly. Like, to call the witnesses to get them there for John, and this might just be a little overwhelming for them. Just the right, your right of trial, your Sixth Amendment right to spare and speedy trial. Call witness in your favor. So, Sixth Amendment, have jury selection. So, I don't know. They might, like I said, Yeah, yeah, this case is just super. But like I said, it's this little teeny tiny town that's, out here in the desert. And then, they're down south. So we're way up here to the north, edge of the county, and they're way down there by California. We're more like central, almost central Oregon. They're down south. It's how far this county. It's the second largest county in the state of Oregon. So Lane County is the first largest, and Lake County is the second. So um, yeah, like I said, they might not even know how to do it. That's what makes me almost think, why didn't they even back out now? But maybe they think, that I'd take some kind of plea or something. I don't know. Father's in control. Father will decide. I'm not trying to overthink it. I just figure they'd have to probably drop it about a week prior, because I don't think if they go to, yeah, it's the same game, huh? Hey, where they're getting in the home stretch, those are, I'm getting in the home stretch. I'm getting in the home stretch. I'm getting in the home stretch. I can see, like, it's finally see it's in the distance, but there is a finish line. Yeah, I mean, it's not this, because I still have all this stuff to try to figure out with my son, and how the hell am I ever going to make, I don't know whatever is going to happen to that, but I can see something. There is a finish line. So it's way off in the distance, even though it's not that darn far, because now every day is a freaking struggle. But you know, um, at least there's something I can see. Unbeknown to me, I still have no finish with my son, but I'll have to cross that line too that's kind of my next race, and I'm gonna have to obviously endure that one for a long time. I know that one's not going to be an easy one to. That's not going to be an easy hurdle to get over for me, but I'll figure out how to. I'm persistent. And I don't give up. So, but yeah, we'll see. Not going to give up. I know that there is a finish line. I can barely see it, but it is a marker that I can see. So. No, I won't give up. No, not yet. I'm not there yet. I'd have done that a long time ago. I really would have. I would have probably gave up a while ago. I mean, he really took everything I had from me, which was Elijah, and I'm still here trying to keep up, knowing that he has a purpose for this. And see, it's he who took him from me. I'm not mad at anybody. Nobody's done it to me except for Father. I have a lot to do with it, my sins, but Father still did it too. So he'll show me. There's been very few things in my life that didn't come to fruition at one point in time, and I will. There's some things in my life I know I'll never get the answer to. This may be one of those things, but um, I'll find out. I'll find out. I'll find out. I'll get an answer, like I said. And if I don't, then I'll try. It'll give me something to shoot for. Okay, I'll have a reason to be alive and not be sad and upset that I can't have any purpose in life, because I still have purpose. I'm always going to have purpose. I got to take care of my own, take after my own flesh. Just still hard to be a dad. Be a dad. I want to so hard put everything in and put at like I have here now. Just everything I've had was for my son. Put everything I had at it and didn't get anywhere. But I tried. So I stand here today. Well, sitting on my ass right now, but and not, feel like I shortchanged myself. You know what I'm saying? I didn't shortchange myself. That's how I look at things. I might not succeed in life, but at least I tried. I didn't go down. It's like my dad. He gets so freaking mad, and he wasn't mad. He just was disappointed when somebody would look at a third strike. We played baseball all the way up to high school and stuff, but he coached a lot of other, he coached a lot of kids. So it wasn't just for us, me and my brothers or whatever, but he was so mad, and not mad, like I said, but he looked mad. He's 500 pounds, I told you, plus when he died, but he was disappointed that you didn't even swing at the ball. You just watched it. A third strike, you swing at the first two if you miss, but you can look at the first two, but you never look at a third strike in baseball. My dad, and that's the same thing, because you didn't even try to hit the damn ball. Damn, it was that damn close, then hit it on a third strike. Swing that damn bat. Go down, swing, and don't just sit there and watch it go by. Oh, there goes the ship, So he would come unglued. He would come unglued when somebody would not swing at a pitch. He wouldn't say, damn, if you missed and struck out and didn't, whatever, hey, good job, whatever, patch in the back, good try, whatever, you'll get it next time, keep your damn eye on the ball. You can't hit the ball if you don't see the ball, quit closing your eyes or whatever you say, but nothing, nothing. He just pretty much, wave you on, but oh my God, come here. Oh no. So, but I get it. I can get it. I get it. I just try to tell him, why is he so upset? So you got to understand, my dad's very passionate about this game. He wants you to try. He doesn't like when you don't try. You don't sit there and don't try. Notice we all get to play. In a lot of other teams, a lot of the players don't get to play. Everybody on this bench rotates, whether they're, my dad makes sure there's a couple people on the team that aren't the best, so that you have to put them in the position. And there's always going to be some kids that are just not the best, but they still sign up and they get on the team. So same thing. He expects him to do the same thing. Watch, if they don't swing, he's going to tell them the same thing. He won't be any different to them, and if they swing and they miss, he won't, so, oh, okay. Yeah. So, but he was a good teacher. I told you, my dad he's a good dude. I had a good dude. Some people wonder why I'm so weird the way I am, because I had a dad that was pretty weird too. But he looked at things very methodically, effort. He wanted to see effort. That's why he hated me so much. Not me. Because I wouldn't try. I was his freaking project child, man. I was always in trouble. I didn't get in trouble with the law or anything, but I was always that close to getting in trouble with the law, but or just getting in trouble for just being stupid, but because I wouldn't listen, and that's the thing. It's like I didn't swing the bat, so he knew I was in there and I'd hear it, but I wouldn't listen. So same thing with him. He was always pretty frustrated with me, because he felt like a lot of the times I wasn't swinging the bat. He used that a lot of the times with, not using my potential when I should be knocking it out of the park, because it's not that hard. And, that, like he taught us in baseball when we were young, you don't have to try to swing for home runs. A home run happens when the ball is coming and you put the ball exactly, the bat exactly on the perfect part of the ball, and you make the perfect connection. You don't have to swing. That bat does the work for you, like having the right tool for the job, And people always wonder, well, damn, you guys hit a lot of home runs. Why? Because we don't swing for home runs. Home runs happen when you know how to hit the ball. It's just part of hitting the ball. When you get the bat on the ball and hit in the right spot, it goes where it's supposed to go. So that type of thing, like I told you. baseball. My dad just loved baseball a lot. He was a good baseball coach, umpire. He did a lot of stuff. He was sat on the board and all that kind of stuff. Little league, you know. Yeah. Yep. Same thing. Same way. My dad used to tell me, I'll cut you up, put you in the trash can. You got the same last name as me. I don't care about first name. Remember, we carry the same last name. Give me a bad name, I'll cut you up, put in the trash. So same, don't even do it. Just don't even do it then. I'd rather him say he didn't do it than to say he did it half-assed. You know, that's what they called it, remember? They always called it that. Don't do it half-assed. If you can do it half-assed, then don't do it at all. If you can't do it right, then don't do it at all. So that was their favorite one to say. They call it half-assed, you know, because they know you could do more. My dad was like that. He was in there. He's like, dude, I see you can try harder, you know, and you're not. It's not like he was even asking me to try to do something that I really probably should have done. you know, you know, he never really slave drove me like that. You know, we worked hard. I'm not gonna say it. My dad worked hard. We worked hard. I think we were the hardest working, you know, kids in the neighborhood. Yeah, we were, but whatever. A lot of them had it pretty easy. We were in a neighborhood where my dad had to scrape to get by, but we had everything that all the people in the neighborhood that we had because it was a nice whatever. But you know, he worked hard for that too. Kind of like me, he worked for everything he had. He was a horse trader. And he bought and sold and cars. A lot bought and sold a lot of cars like I do. And people always ask me, why do you buy and sell so many damn cars? Well, I see my dad do that, so I know that's. I learned a lot of little tricks from my dad about selling cars. So people always ask me, why the hell do you have to sell a car? And every time you sell a damn car, it has to be perfectly clean. I seen you take people. I got cars for other people, and I'll clean out the car. You know, I picked up a car for somebody else when I brought it to him. It had a bunch of trash in it. I mean, I didn't do the cleaning that I would have done to it, but I still cleaned it out for him. You know, went picked it up for him. He asked me to, you know, go do a trip for him. I did a trip, you know, picked it up, brought it back, and cleaned the damn car out. You know, because like when you buy or sell a car, you know, you clean it out. You know, this is one of the things I have to, like this week, I'm gonna have to clean those cars. I pretty much make them, you know, as clean as I can get them. You know, detail them. When you sell a vehicle, it has to be detailed like it's. I just can't. Some people sell cars. They're like, dude, I can't believe you take all that extra time to clean a car. When I sell a car, I don't sell a car with a bunch of dirt in it, you know. Yeah, I can only remember one time that my dad really just totally knocked me out, you know, cold cocked me, but I deserved it then. I mean, you know, open, you know, but he never really, you know, he whooped my ass or, you know, but I've been slapped in the face multiple times for being a smart ass, you know. That's not, you know, one time so he just wasn't abusive. And I'm telling everybody that, you know, I came from that. That's what my dad took from me from. So he wasn't going to beat me. My dad got us out of a situation where we were getting the shit out of, you know what I'm saying? You know, he didn't have us, you know, we were with my mom. And so he wasn't going to, you know, go from a situation, you know what I'm saying, where we were being beat to beating us, you know, so I don't ever get understand, and I don't mean to go there, but because some people are sensitive. I never understand the idea of why I got beat, so now I get to beat my kids. Where does that give you like some monopoly? Do free pass. Don't go to jail. Collect $200. Don't skip, you know, jail or what? How does that? You get beat. You know, I don't mean to go there like that. Like somebody had something happen to them. Maybe it's not physical, but it's sexual happen to them. So now something sexual happened to you that gives you the right to go do that to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Where do people get that mentality? Well, he was beat as a kid. Well, he was beat as a kid, so he beat. Well, I think that'd be the last person to be beaten on somebody if they were beat. Or if they were sexually abused, I think they'd be the last person to sexually abuse somebody, wouldn't you? And I understand that people have a different mentality, but holy shit, dude. People are weird. Sabrina, I figured this shit out like when I was like 6 or 7, 7, 8 years old. Not like I had all this figured out then, but I figured out all this stuff. I was like, oh, I got to get out of here. I don't want to be here another day. Oh, God, I can't be here. I'm in the wrong place. God, why'd you have to land me here? This is no. Quantum leap. Wrong body. Get me out of here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Red alarm. Red alert. So I just couldn't figure it out. I seen things like this. Remember, I grew up around that, all that death. And I'm like, how does this work? How's this justified? It was fucked up back then, for me. Look at us now. So we got a long way to go too. Imagine that. We are just really getting started. All of the way we just experienced is the easy peasy. Now we're getting ready to go. Yeah, the cotton candy Jeezy. Now we're getting ready for the real deal now. Remember? They're really starting to, put the whack on the nations. So everybody had the stand on the X, whack on the nation, right? Sit there like a duck in a pond, waiting to be shot by the jab. So, but I still have never ever wrapped my brain around the sadistic mentality of, and maybe that is, Sabrina, maybe the people that come in here that do some horrible things, that come in here and say just some of these horrible things they say, maybe they were beat as a kid or something, I'm not going there. That doesn't justify their actions. I think most while it just makes a lot of sadistic people that are narcissists and, and have a lot of disorders because of diet. I think their diet is why people act more the way they do than anything else. We're just laced year after year, decade after decade with poison. And that's why people act just sometimes horrendous, and then they're beat as a kid or something, I told you, don't justify to me, I had the snot kicked down, abused, but I didn't ever, I raised my son's daughter for 8 years and never abused her once and spanked her ass multiple times when she needed it. But I remember I had her dad call the cops on me because he had found out that she didn't need spanked, but very seldom. She's a really good young little lady. Good little girl when she was, but there was a couple, she got her butt whooped, and he sent the cops over to my house, told me that, they came to my house saying that I was being abusive. And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, did you strike her? With like a closed fist? No, did you strike her? What are you talking about, strike her? You're making it sound like abuse. Well, did you make contact with her? Yes, I whipped her butt about a week ago and over something. I can't remember. It was something pretty. It was pretty, not even that big a thing, but something she needed. It wasn't very often. And I said, and I'm going to do it again. I sat there and said, I'm going to do it again if she acts like that, because it was something that I remember I justified. I'm not going to let her just do that. She doesn't act like that very often. It was, it was things. Little girls, every once in a while, they get a little, little zest in them. And so, she got her butt whopped, and, she'd said something, I guess, to her dad or something. She wasn't, she just mentioned in conversation, because it was like a week after the event had happened too, So, he was a jellyfish, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. And sent the cops over to try to, but I turned around, I said, well, I'm going to do it again. Cause if she does that again, it'd be wrong for me not to swat her, on the butt. I don't hit her hands or her wrists or her face or her body or anything of that sort. She just got one swat on the butt, and, she don't, it hurt her feelings more than it hurt her. But, Sure. And I turned around, I put my hands behind the back and I said, I'll do it again because it'd be wrong for me not to do it. Just allow her to do that. And I turned around and gave my hands, put my hands behind my back. They said, well, you're not under arrest, sir. We appreciate it. Thanks for your time and being, forward with us. And, you know, because they had, already known that he said it'd been a week, and they had looked at her and there was no, no marks on her or anything like that. And, but she only, she needed swatted, you know what I'm saying? She needed a swat on her. I probably only actually spanked her like 3 times in 8 years of raising her. 8 years I raised her, and that she really was that good. We used other things like timeout and taking things away from her that she liked, you know what I'm saying, and restrictions and things like that worked really well for her. She would respond to that. She didn't get a lot of trouble like that either, but they worked better. But these, I remember off the top of my head, it'd be wrong for me not to give her a little swat on the butt, and it hurt her feelings is what it did. You know what I'm saying? Because she just wasn't used to that, and I didn't, like I said, it wasn't anything in the moment. It was like, it was the right thing to do. And so I remember turning my back to the hand and said, well, I'm going to do it again. So I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I didn't. Because at first I thought they said that I struck her. I'm like, well, I'm going to strike you. You saying I'm going to hit a child. I'm going to knock you out. I don't want to hit no child, man. It's not even my own daughter, but she gets disciplined by me. Sure. I've probably done it a couple times before, and I think that's the last time I ever swatted her, honestly, guys. That's the last time I ever swatted her on her butt ever. She never after that ever needed that ever again. She grew out of that. She was a good young little girl. She really was. So was my son. He's a good young boy. He really was. He's a great kid. He had his issues, but he was a good kid. He got swatted on the butt, a few times too, but people used to get on me too, and this a little, I guess maybe it's a little bit different, maybe the same thing, but I would take her and smack her on her hand, slap her on her hand like that, because people wanted me to take and rearrange my whole damn house. And I was an antique collector. We did a lot of auctions, and I had a lot of antiques, back east antiques, really nice antiques. And I understand people put the light switch covers and stuff on but I ain't taking shit off that when she was still like a toddler, she was, I think, about 3 years, she's, 2.5, 3 years old when I met her, her mom. But, so she would still, get into things, but I would teach her not to touch things, give her a little swat on the hand. She learned. People said, put that stuff up. No, we're not putting anything up. She learns not to touch what's not hers. She has a room she can play in, and this is our stuff, and she has to learn to leave it alone. We should put that up. No, I'm not rearranging the whole fucking house. She can learn not to touch these things. So we did that a little bit. She got that real quick. You know what I'm saying? She was smart. Okay, this is not my stuff. Don't touch that. No touch. That's what we told her. No touch. Give her a little swat on the hand. No touch. That's not yours. That's not yours. And then give her something like a dog. Seriously, and I don't mean to go family, you're raising her like a dog. Well, when a dog chews on something, you swat him in the butt and you give him something to chew on, right? That's what you chew on right there, right? So show them what they can play with. This is your toy. Take them. This is your stuff. This is dad's. This is mom's. This is Tracy. This isn't mine. This is not yours. You leave this alone. Don't touch it. And then I did the same thing with my son. Swat him on the hand a few times. Probably 10, 15 times he learned not to touch stuff in the house. Leave it left alone. Didn't have to rearrange the whole house. Had a lot of crap. God, I used to be such a clutterbug. I just collect a lot of things, as an antique, just weird things, one-off, antiques, a lot of antiques, like old stuff. So, but anyways, that's how I raised my, both of them that same way. And it didn't take give them a little swat on the hand, and they didn't, and they didn't touch light switches. They didn't do none of that stuff. Some people really and that's fine. You raise your kid the way you want to raise your kid. I ain't telling you how to raise your kid, but that's how I raised my son and his sister, because, kids can be taught things, you know, when they're young and they're resilient. You don't need to sit there and beat the snot out of them to get them to do something, you know. Actually, if you'll just talk to them most of the time. I used to actually too, I asked the people, when my son was really, I always told people when my son was young, do not coo at my son. Please do not talk to him like a baby. I made sure when I was really young, people asked him, well, how could he talk? He's so young. I said, because I made sure since he was a child, since he was an infant, that nobody would coo at him. I said, when you talk to him, don't do that to him, please. But whoa, no, don't do that to him. Just talk to him. I want him to hear your vibration of your voice. I don't want you to come in here and do all that. Don't do that. Just talk to him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. People ask me, how did your son talk? He could talk so soon, and he could have conversations. He was up out of diapers and running around walking and talking at like a year old, like a keychain, little mini. I mean, it's just people are like, dude, that's incredible. Like, how's it even possible? Well, remember I said, I've always been, since I've been around you, remember, don't coo at my son. I get to raise my son the way I raised him. And I chose that from the beginning. People never did understand it. Because I know babble, I'm saying? I know phonics. I know vibration. I know how our voice works. So if you'll just talk to them, they're going to respond. And I'm not saying that you can't sing to them, but they don't need the coo and the con. You know what I'm saying? The baby talk. Don't talk to him like a baby. Just talk to him. Oh, you're such a cute little guy. You can, but hey, baby, don't. Well, dude, you sound like a fucking monkey. I don't want you distorting your baby. So like, dude, what the hell is that, dude? Oh shit, that's good stuff. Oh my goodness, this is good. Hey, I appreciate it. We're having an organic live stream, so he could talk though. People like, yeah, because I would make sure anybody never like, don't talk to him like that, like Ruka, like not just don't. Please don't talk to him like that. What do you mean? I said, just talk to him like you're talking to me. Just talk to like we talk. Please don't coo at him. Don't baby him. Just please talk to him normal, because I want him to recognize your voice when you come here. I want you to do all this, so that way you're in the room and he hears you and he recognizes who you are. Not when you come up to so anyways, hey, that's the nice thing, right? Nobody can tell you how to raise your kid. Okay, I was super freaking like that with Elijah. Do not baby my kid. Don't talk to him, but he could talk really. He had really good speech. Like I said, he could put together sentences before he was a year old. People were like, dude, that's not like, yes, he can. Remember, he started saying words when he was real young. Just and it's like, I don't mean to go there, but remember during the whole COVID, my son brought this up to me. Do you guys remember during the COVID? And I haven't seen this again. I seriously have not seen this anything since. Do you guys remember during the COVID, they had babies that were sitting up and rolling over in the nursery, rolling over, putting their head up, lifting up, sitting up during the COVID. Never seen that before. Anybody remember that? Kids pushing their head up, literally lifting up, getting up, sitting up in the freaking nursery. Kids with the black eyes. My son's what had brought all this to my attention. I don't know if you guys remember that. Kids literally turning over. My son told me these are the future generation of what you guys think is Nephilim. He said, Dad, these are the Anunnaki. Watch. Do you remember that stuff during the COVID? What the hell is up with that? Have you seen it since, Sabrina? I haven't seen anything. Now I haven't looked in since, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's not impossible for babies to do, but not, remember, this was like they were sitting up and rolling over and stuff, like just things that are not even possible for them to do. Um, it is possible for a child to lift their head, but it's normally not a thing. It's just normally not a thing. It's whatever. They came through the whole, process of coming through, into this holy shit, what the hell? I thought it was just a little sperm here. This is a big change. So, isn't that crazy though? During that time, that there was something that was going on with those kids, because my son was the one who brought it to my attention. He's like, Dad, I want you to understand that these, you told me that it was like during that solar minimum too. That when we have solar minimums, it has things, it affects, how long we live and longevity, but he's the one who brought it to my attention. So I haven't caught up with any of these children now. That's something I was doing. But he said, Dad, listen, he said, I know this sounds a little crazy, but you always say the craziest thing, Dad. He said, but these are the Anunnaki of the day. And he said, Dad, now listen, they're not going to be like giants right now, but they are going to grow into giants, Dad. These babies that are doing these things, he said, when this, because you always talk about the switch and the sun and whatever happens with the sun. And he said, Dad, I want you to know that. I was like, you sound crazy as your dad. I said, but you might be right, son. He said, Dad, think about it. Have you ever seen this before? I said, no. And he said, Dad, it's probably won't be, he told me it's not going to be forever. There's a certain group of babies that are born during the COVID that he told me it's like, how did you figure this out? And he's like, I don't know, Dad. It's just like you. I just have, and that's when he brought up to me that the kids that have completely black eyes, there were children that were born during the COVID that have black eyes. They really don't have like a pupil. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever seen those? You ever seen the kids during the COVID? They're born and they have like black eyes. They don't have a pupil. There's no, you know what I'm saying? No red. It's all one. Their eyes are black. I never seen that either. And he was showing me that there were children born during the COVID that had black eyes, all black eyes. I never seen that before. I don't know what happened to those. I've never seen that. I have since the grenade, I'm having another black retina or whatever forming. I don't think it's a whatever pupil forming, not retina, pupil, but I don't think it is. But I have another black dot. I don't know what that is, but I don't know if you ever heard of those either. During the COVID, the children were having, there were children were born with these black eyes. They're kind of scary looking, like, damn, what's that all about? But he had showed me a lot of, a lot of pictures and stuff, even, ones that were videos of, not just pictures, videos of these kids, and these weren't all, and it was only just a couple of those ones that were sitting up. These were not ones that were like sitting up and doing doing that, although there were a couple that were that did roll over that had that same, but not like this. So he pointed that out during the COVID too. I don't know what that was all about. Never seen nobody ever had all black eyes. So they still have white, but no, no color, no green, no blue, no brown, literally like jet black, like opal, or onyx, opal, onyx, like, dark black. Never seen that before. So thought that was rather strange. That was an interesting time. I feel like we're getting back into that time again, though. Feeling pretty COVID-esque, man. Feeling pretty COVID-esque right now. Quite the uproar before the whole COVID happened, All right. Well, so what's your plan if things break down? And we have a solar flare and the grid goes down. You know, I think your biggest asset that you're going to have is mobility during this time. That's why I'm trying to get myself mobile, if you notice that, so to speak. Mobility is going to be everything. So, if you can get away from chaos, you're going to have a lot better, you know, ability to, you know, obviously survival is going to be a lot better around less people, right? So if you had a vehicle that could get off the main road and get away from people, that'd probably be one of the best assets you could own, correct? If you had to own something. So, because again, if you sit there and think that you can protect what you have, you're vulnerable. You're sitting there like a duck in a pond, waiting for someone to come pick you off, correct? What the hell? All my messages. I'm not even getting any of his messages. Holy crap. This sucks, YouTube. No, man. I just don't think I would get any of those messages. This thing sucks. But I think mobility is going to be your biggest asset. We need to have something that can get off the road and not be seen. Out of sight, out of mind. So I'm hoping I can upgrade eventually a little bit. I like this Forerunner for what it is, you know. Seriously, I just didn't get that. I had to scroll up to get your comment. So that's why if you look with my preparedness, I'm just trying to get outside the border of this country right now. Just as an example. I mean, I don't want to go to Ecuador. But if you look, I'm trying to make a realistic, approach. Get outside the border first, then go from there. I mean, obviously, I have a further, can see further ahead. I'd like to get down there further, but I want to try to make a exit that I can achieve. You know, shoot for the moon and then go to the stars, right? Okay, whatever. It's a bigger speech. Come on now. But that's what I'm thinking. You know, because as much as I'd like to stay here, and you might have to stay here in this country, I don't want to and I don't have to. As long as I don't have to, I have to right now, right? When I don't have to, I shouldn't, you know, because remember, it's much safer to live in Canada than it is America. Although they'll might take your guns in Canada, it's not like they're putting people in, you know, concentration camps in Canada yet. For being too poor, you know. So the Canadian, you know, bounty, the police up there are not near as tyrannical and fear for their lives and act like U.S. pigs. I'm not still saying that they're not pigs and they're not tyrants up there too, because they are tyrants, but they're not the kind of tyrant they are in America, where everybody's public enemy number one. I don't see that. I've watched cop shows in Canada. But they're not trigger happy like the American police. But you see the difference. I know they're still tyrant pigs, Sabrina, but they're not trigger happy like they are in America. Everybody's fucking public enemy number one in America. There might be assholes, but if you do what they're told there, they won't just fucking, you know, they're not quick to they'll let you reach for your goddamn fucking insurance and shit without freaking out on you every time. They do take their job seriously. They're pigs. They still work for the fucking queen and all that bullshit. But what I'm saying is they just don't fear. They actually care about, you know, the public safety. They care about their safety too up there, but that's not their main concern all damn day. I'm going home no matter what. So, it's much safer to live in Canada than it would be to live in America right now. Canada doesn't have more people locked up in America than all the other countries combined. So it's safer to live in Canada right now or Mexico than it is America. Because you have a better chance of getting thrown in jail in America before ISIS started coming out and kidnapping people for being too fucking poor. Or having a mental disability. Maybe a breakdown because of stress or something. Nope, fucking enlist me. Bam, shot dead. He didn't respect my authority. She didn't listen to me. They don't care if you're a male or female anymore. Have you seen some of the goddamn brutality? Look at this. Fucking military aircraft. All I can see is. You got. some big ass some kind of big airplane. Some big airplane. Like a big, like almost like a bomber. I know it wasn't, but almost had that same damn wing shape. But anyways, most people will never tell you that in America. They don't know that because they live here in America and they're just used to it. It's like, you know, Stockholm syndrome. Siding with your captor. So knowing that there are more people locked up, and if you're not locked up, then you're locked up by debt because it's so fucking expensive to live as a debt slave. Either way, you run into your Tango. Stay over here, buddy. Stay over here, man. Come over here with the dead. Come say hi to the dead. Oh, Pants, go over there and lay down. Come here. Oh, man, you keep walking through my paper, man. So I know that doesn't sound, most people don't think about it, but I have to think about this. So I just knowing, like I said, it's not chance. It's called, you know, probability, odds, you know. There's that many, you know, it's just, oh, my good boy. Oh, my good boy, my good boy, my good boy, my good boy, my good boy. So, like I said, you do you. I know most people don't, you know, they'll never think about this, but they're all so quick to hand the cop their driver's license and, you know, lick the boot and do what the hell they're told no matter what. And, you know, they're not even trying to challenge their rights, you know. They're just going along and feeding the beast system. So most people may never be affected by it, you know, but you can be very easily, especially if you're a person like myself who's, you know, outspoken about the Constitution and outspoken about the right of the people, you know, and stand up for other people's rights, not just myself, worry about, you know, just myself. I'm a soldier. I was willing to lose my life at 17 years old, you know. So this is not a safe nation. And if there is any door that opens where I can get out of here, knowing that with who I am and how I act and what I don't mesh well in this nation. I don't mesh well. I do better in even Canada than I would here. I go to Canada, it's too cold. I want to be cold. With that, Canada's too cold for me. Nice, see? Canada got a bunch of people locked up too. But look at America. We got more people locked up in Canada than all the other countries combined. So you're going to have a better, you know, odds of getting locked up in America than any other country. So I think it'd be foolish of me to stay here. I think I'd be a freaking dope. I don't want to be a Mexican American. I want nothing to do with Mexican Americans. You know what I'm saying? So, I think I need to take the, and because again, remember, if you're in America and you get arrested and you go to jail here, you feed the system. You feed the beast. So I need to keep my head down and, you know, get the hell out of here. Put my head down, go figure something else, make a spot, and I'll come back and I'll shut up and I'll just go along when I come here. I'll act like I'm tourist when I'm here. Oh, America. Oh, I like America. So nice, America. You guys have Big Mac, large order fries, strawberry shake, apple pie. Baseball, America, apple pie. Football. Soccer. Donald Trump. I'm still here. Fuck Donald Trump. There may be the probability that I may get myself thrown before I go, so I better get out of here before I do, right? Well, when I can cross, you know what I'm saying? Canada, maple syrup, Bucky, toilet paper dicks. Hey, hey, hey. Pokemon.com. Fucking them greasy cheeseburger, Canadian greasy cheeseburgers. Greasy cheeseburger, Canadian cheeseburger dicks. Every one of them's got a damn hashtag driveway. Oh, never mind. Hashtag life.com. No. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I love it. Everybody's got their genre, you know. There's genres. So again, my thoughts are that what do you say, eh? Huh? Huh? Hey. No, but you know, if there's any opening, I need to take it. And I need to take it. If you leave me the donut, I'm gonna glaze it. No, I don't eat donuts, guys. I can't eat donuts. Sorry, I'm not sorry. I apologize. So. Oh, I'm so much happier with my tattoo here. Well, okay, now we don't have any of the slicky on it now. It's kind of wearing out, so that's more. So much better. Look at all the detail now. You can actually see the detail in it. So much better. So much better. Damn, my color sucks on my phone. That doesn't anything look like the blue that it looks like. You had to put some of that. What a different tattoo, huh? From what was there. It wasn't bad or anything before. It just was not all there, you know? And that's without all the goop on it. I'm going to put some more on there in a second. But, like, look at all that. You couldn't see any of that before. You really did. None of this detail in here popped. Now, he went and reworked all of this again, you know? Like I say, he really put a lot of detail back in all that, you know. Made sure all that detail was in there. So, good job, Kit from Monolith Tattoo in Bend, Oregon. Bend over. Oh, I'm driving. Never mind. Bend, Oregon. So. Oh, pardon me. I'm sick. Pardon me, I sick terrible. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think I need to steal some more of that. Boy, that freaking Cobra Commander is freaking amazing. It's commanding. It's commanding. You people are outstanding. Oh. Come on. Get that shit to break up. Cannabis. The cannabis. Hippopotamus. No. Man, all the way down to this. Don't taste assy yet. Look, I only got one more hit to go. Look, it's almost turned into ash. Look at this. Look at this high-grade quality cannabis here. We still got a little bit. Hold on. I'm not done here. Hold on. It'll all turn to ash. Be no pieces and nothing in there. Medical grade. Medical grade. Medical grade. Oh. Not giving any medical advice. That's how you know it's medical grade. Just can smoke all of it, and it doesn't. I don't have that assy taste. Remember, no acids. Thank you, Father, for medical grade. Barnabas. All right. Heard some purple nurples. Some purple nurple. She said she wanted just the tip, so I gave her just the tip. There goes Sabrina. Just for you. Just the tip, since I know you like it. I know you like it. Oh. No, it's you know. You know you like it. Oh, there's a difference, huh? Oh, man. That's just the tip, guys. Oh, look at that. Oh, man, that is... Isn't she lovely? Isn't she... Oh, man, that smells so... Rooty tooty, fresh and fruity. Let's break it up a little bit. Oh, man, all those terpenes are releasing. All the terpenes. Terpenes. Oh, there we go. Oh, she just so... Oh, man. I wish I could share this with you guys. Wish we were all just sitting out here chooching by the wood stove or something. No, it's hot out, or it's windy out there. We need to be inside. It's too damn windy out there. We could light a bowl right outside if we want to right now. It's too damn windy. Windy. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm part Rastafarian. Can you figure it out, man? I'm Mustafa and Lion King and all those Chooch and Puff the Magic Dragon. No, just kidding. All those animated characters when I'm... Never mind. Just kidding. I'm just being a little animated. Listen here. Fraggle Rock. Oh. Oh, man, that works so good to break that respiratory stuff. I can't imagine what my lungs would be like. I'd sit there and have to just all the time. I'd be chooching like... I'd sound like I was gurgling the whole time if I didn't have cannabis, guys. I know I would. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that helps to break it up so much. Oh, thank you, Father. A little bit, but it's breaking it up, man. Otherwise, they just sit in there. I know it would just sit in there and just It'd be all weird. Yeah, Sabrina, you might be one of these. When I put when I put on that thing online to remember, I said I was going to put something on for the homestead to try to get people to come out here, and actually got a lot of hits. I really did. I got a lot of hits, but I just can't have somebody coming out here if they're not in the Word, guys. Father just won't let me, and I don't know what it is. Because I bet you I could have had like 5 or 6 people, probably 7 or 8 people. That one guy was going to come out, but nobody came out. They just didn't match. No scripture in their, you know what I'm saying, in their Facebook. We can stalk everybody, right, in their Facebook now. I mean, that's the cool thing about Facebook. I don't mean to go there, but you can look through their profile, see what they're all about. See, I mean, people change. You can see through their Facebook page, you know what I'm saying, how long they've had it or whatever. I'm an investigator, so it's metadata. So you can stalk the shit out of somebody through there. I like it when I use the marketplace for selling because it could tell me a little bit about the the reason why I would bring it up though, Sabrina, is because I got a lot of friend requests. Okay. And people try to send me friend requests. And I only really accepted friend requests from 2 people. And you know why? Because I knew that these are women, that they weren't coming here, that they didn't want anything to do with me. They just liked my profile. They liked about the ministry. And I got a lot of likes, you know what I'm saying, on that. That it really is a positive. There was one thing because I said the Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. There was some religious talk where people got off on some other, but the channel as a whole, you know what I'm saying? That these 2 females friended me, but these are like, look, I don't mean to go there, but these are like the 2 biggest stoner chicks ever, like ever, guys, and like friended them on Facebook. And like the one chick, she's like, they're both organic. They both have like, I think the one chick, she's like with, I don't think she's with both guys. I think she's with the younger guy, but she has another guy, and they have a beautiful farm. I mean, they have a beautiful farm. You know what I'm saying? They have a beautiful farm, and they're both really big, but they're stoner chicks. You guys, I hate to be say it, because this is all their life is around. Sabrina, are you one of those girls? Are you a stoner chick? Because that's all these chicks talk about. But they're not, because they have another life. They do, but like the one chick, she's like in her pro space, she's like blowing out smoke in the thing, and they're like, they talk a lot about it. There's a lot of talk about it. So are you one of those, Sabrina? I get the idea. You're one of those stoner chicks. Like Connection, maybe you and Connection or something. I didn't mean to go there. I'm just like, you know, with Connection, you know, you guys are both Canadian. There's a connection between, you know, but I thought, hey, look, if I was to have a lady, you know, to us, is like, these are both some pretty, the one chick, she got a tattoo on her face or something, you know, right down the side of her face. Her hair's like pink, you know, whatever, but she don't care. No, not, you know, listen, but okay, so look, I really think, you know, what's pretty cool, Sabrina, is maybe you're similar to these, maybe you aren't as much as these chicks, but look, these chicks are all about it, for real. I mean, these are super stoner chicks, but they're not, because they're growing cannabis. Their gardens are beautiful. The medicine, this one lady, she gives away a lot of her cannabis. I noticed she does little quizzes on her little thing and says, if you can guess this, I'll give you little starter packs. So she likes to give away her meds. You know, they're really organic ladies. I think they both have men and stuff. Like I said, I knew when I friended them, they were going to be coming on to me, trying to come out here or whatever. They asked about the garden, and you know, there were questions that were organic, but they're pretty about it. I'm not going to lie to you, because their profiles are about, you know what I'm saying, but they seem like they have a normal life too. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. maybe I'm overdoing it, but there are a lot about it. They really are. But I just thought that'd be a cool chick to have. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, there you go. This is the same way, Sabrina. Then you're the same way as these two ladies, because that's what they do. I was looking through their profiles, and they give the charities and shit, just like you, what you're saying. They're supporting their local homeless, doing the same shit as you. They're the same thing. You're the same as them, though. Okay, you know what I'm saying? You're one of those, and I'm not mean to go there. I just think it's because a lot of the times when you think about cannabis, you think as a stoner, you don't always think of it as a female. You think of a stoner as a guy. Like Spicoli, man. Like, I just need some tasty buds and some nectar waves, man, and I'll be set for the summer. I got my own little version, but you know, but that would be a cool. I'm just saying what I'm saying, Sabrina. That'd be a cool chick to have. I'd like to have like a chick like that in my life because they farm, they help other people, they're service to others, they like good herb, like I said, and they're real people. They're just these chicks are like straight up. They don't give a crap. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a crap. These two chicks will just tell you like it is. They don't care to come out and talk about, anything herb and home. Like you're saying, just straight up, like you've been, just real straight up, and a little mouthy, but anyways, all right, I'll leave it alone. I just kind of get the idea. You're kind of similar to them, Sabrina. I think that'd be cool. Somebody who's very organic. They live a super organic. They're kind of hippie-ish, if you will, and I'm hippie-ish, myself. So people will ask me too, do you live like a damn hippie? But freaking hey, I do, man. I love that lifestyle, yeah, that's what these two ladies are. So their profile things are awesome to listen to what they say and to hit their profile. The one she posts a lot, they do, and I don't mind that. It was really hard too when they came onto my Facebook profile. These two chicks, and I didn't realize it, and I should have known that. You guys didn't even realize that too, because think about this. My Facebook profile has been a certain way because I don't friend anybody. You understand? I don't friend anybody. I eliminated anybody that doesn't talk about the word except for Sister Nicole, because I knew she was struggling and trying to come out of the beast. And she really wanted to. She'd lean on me a lot back then, like I said. And I'm like, Father told me, do not get rid of this. This is your sister in Christ. She's struggling. Leave her alone. She's trying to, don't de-unfriend her. She's trying to come to you. She's trying to come away from the system. And now we have her as our, Sister Nicole in here. So, yeah, like I said, like I said, these ladies are, hold on a second. Yeah, still Elijah your photo. I don't think you're right yet. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about there? Yeah, there you go. What are you talking about there, Stoner? But anyway, so I don't, like I said, I don't really use, yeah, okay, yeah. So I don't use Facebook, right? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't really friend anybody, you know what I'm saying? I just haven't, So anyways, when these two ladies came onto my profile, dude, it wrecked my profile. You know what I'm saying? It wrecked the shit that I see. And I forgot how much of an influence stuff is like that. Because I don't really have any activity. I haven't been posting anything. I don't really use Facebook anymore. I just don't want to feed the metadata. So I just don't use profile, my Facebook for anything other than marketplace. I don't post on there is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put the metadata into Facebook. So I'm not putting pictures of anything on there ever again. I won't use it. Only reason I use it is for the marketplace, or to messenger somebody. Like if I have them as a friend, to message them, like to use like an SMS message, or so to speak, So I just don't use it. So I had forgotten because I've had no activity on my profile for so long that I just push shit out. Like, I don't want no Charlie Kirk, anything, just because you can go in there and if you actually tell them, stop giving me that shit, right? You'll eventually make it go away. So it's so weird that, you know, like I said, my profile was, because I might scan through it for a minute, you know, I'm just saying just the feed for a minute, because it'll come up with my local page or whatever local page will come up. But I really try not to, because I figured out even in Facebook, if you hover over anything, even on the marketplace, that shit will spam you. Don't hover over anything. You got to just keep scrolling. Almost, man. It's like you can't hardly even slow over anything, or it knows what you're, you know. So, but anyways, I'll get on with what I was saying. But I think it's kind of crazy because when I took on these two, you know, I don't know, something just, you know, they were nice, and it wasn't something like that, and they were organic. I could tell they were definitely, they got good information and good links and good spirit and good energy. So, but it sure changed the algorithm in my Facebook, you know, just the feed. Like, dude, what the hell is all this stuff, dude? Where'd all this come from? Oh shit, you just took on 2 people on your Facebook profile and you haven't used it forever. So, dude, you can't tell me this metadata doesn't, you know, because it started giving me ads of stuff. I'm like, what the hell is this stuff on Facebook? I've never seen this before. Oh yeah, it's those 2 ladies, you know, that, you know, the 2 stoner chicks, you know. But either way, like I said, they have good energy and they live organic, you know. But so you can see what pulls up in my feed. See what I'm saying? I didn't. I forgot, and I'm like, stop it. Oh, I guess I'll leave my. Come on. I'll let you out. Hold on. Windy as hell out there, and you don't want to stay out there for long. Good boys. Sabrina nailed it. So I couldn't figure out what the hell happened to my feed. And then I was like, oh, okay. Just leave it alone. It'll, you know, it'll level itself out, you know. So thanks for figuring it out. That's all it was, kind of, too. But yeah, I just thought, like I said, they're pretty cool ladies, you know, both very strange in their own right, you know, definitely 2 opposites from each other, you know. They don't really look anything like alike, but they sure have a similar tone to them. So, and again, once I left it alone and stuff, my Facebook profile just kind of went back to what it, you know, nothing, because it's not like they're, you know, they're that off than anything that I kind of already talk about or look at anyway. So they're very, both very, you know, I don't like the term woke, but very awake, you know, of what's going on, and like to post a lot about it too. So they put a lot of good stuff out there. I think that's why K Podigy. What is that? Yeah. So they're good, you know, they're like a good addition to the feed for my Facebook, because I don't really, and they haven't messaged me, you know, since or anything. You know, I had a couple conversations with them when they came over onto the page and Facebook, you know, whatever, but they're doing their thing. They're busy. Who is that? Scott, who's K? Podigy? Podigy? Podigy. Damn, dude, I am first. My head is. I'm getting some super sharp, stabbing, freaking pains in my right head. I wish I didn't have to talk about it, but it's just been all of a sudden here in the last couple of weeks out of nowhere. Just get this bam, like when I got just a big sharp pain. That lady that talks about like somebody cover back. Oh, cool, nice, thanks. Oh my goodness. We said 27 days maybe, right? 27 days. If they dropped it a week early. You guys, I'm getting a little ants in my pants. You guys ever have ants in your pants? Make you want to do the, I don't know what kind of dance you do. Make you want to do the oogie boogie dance. So I need to, yeah, I'm just a little beside myself. So trying to figure out what I should do to, maybe just try to make that Forerunner just a little more. I'm gonna do a full oil change, give full oil change and do the whatever. But I think it's, they just did a full inspection on it at the Toyota dealership. So, they go through and look through everything when they do that. So, it's just the suspension issue that that I'm having, that I told you they didn't find any engine issues, no leaking, everything was good. I had a tire that's, but, yeah, Mary, the whore, Mother Mary. Yep, Jim Brown does some pretty good teachings on Mary too. You ever study Jim Brown's teachings on Mary? He does a lot of good teachings on Mary, the representation of Mary. You see, I was thinking that I was going to set up shop down in Ecuador, and if I'm coming back, in May or April, maybe I need to not bring as many possessions down there. I mean, I don't care what I bring down there. I'll leave all of it. I told you I'd walk away with all of it, without anything, and start over if I could. Even just given that opening. Right, all these things. That's just Tammuz, the weeping of Tammuz, and Ash Wednesday, and all this. Yeah, they've got the son of Satan. The son of Satan. Hey guys, I better finish trimming this plant so I can get this, so I don't have these dogs keep walking on this. Let me finish trimming. Oh, that's another one. White one. The white window. Get her done. This one had a lot of water leaves on it. This one has purple too. Lots of purple in this one. The wind's been whipping all day. All day. What are you barking at? What are you guys barking at? I think they're just playing. Just playing. one, this smells so much like grape, man. One has a very grape smell. It smells very grape-ish. Grape-ish. Grape-ape. Grape-ape. Oh. This plant just acted weird the whole time. I would get shocked pretty when it was young, pretty cold when it was young. Man, it smells so much like grape. Crazy. Crazy how much that smells like grape. The water leaks to this pool out there. Barely on there. Probably go back with this one, and once it's dried up a little bit, go back and trim it up a little bit more. Go ahead and take it off the stem and trim them individually a little bit more. This one's so full. So full. Yeah, I hear all them hitting the ground. A lot of sugar leaves on the ground. Water leaves, there are a lot of sugar leaves on this one too. This one's got a lot of sugar leaves as well. This one's going to be a little bit of an animal. We'll get her though. We'll get her one little flower here at a time towards the top. Yeah, lots of little flower. Let's take off there. See a little better over here. I can see a little better with the light. Blinded by the light. So I'm hoping, since we didn't have such a huge, a big to-do over this No Kings rally, and, you know, it didn't turn out to be a big, you know, somebody took and used it as an opportunity to do something nefarious, try to make things even worse than they already are in this country. And if there were that many people who showed up there, that's a little bit of, that's a good thing. That's a beautiful thing, actually, you know, getting out there and using their First Amendment right, not being violent, and right to address grievances, exercise. That is the First Amendment right. I think it's a little late, but it's, you know, better late than never. At least these people didn't go down as, a lot of them is the silent majority. They kind of showed their card good. They might be on a hit list, but oh well. You know, some might not even know the cause they're out for. I'm not talking about that, but can't be a rebel without a cause. Not supposed to rebel like that, be rebellious, but against the system, yes, we're not supposed to partake in the system. So the system is the beast. Beast, strangulation, taxation, nation, corporation. So everybody said, come out of her, my people. So I think people have forgotten that Christ, and I'm not saying be physical, but he whipped the people for selling, you know, selling the doves in his father's house and making it, turning it into an exchange, the money changers, for making and taxing them, you know, turning it into the new money, from the old money to the new money. And that's exactly what we have going on today. America is the money changers. What do you think a tariff is? You think China pays these tariffs? Trump said they're getting ready. He's going to say it's going to be 500% tariffs against China. 500%. Who do you think is going to pay that? You, the taxpayer, pays that. You pay it not on the tax, you pay it on the goods. It's not paid over there in China, it's paid here. People just don't understand how that works. Like when Trump tariffs China the first time we go around, washers here in America went up $200. So they're getting ready to put these capital controls in place too, which I talked about that was going to happen, and now it is. So they did that before. I'm not making, oh, it's never happened before. I just told you they did that before in the 70s, and they probably do it again, and now they're doing it again. Come on, goofballs. Come on, Pax. Come on, Bobo. Easy, slow down, Turbo. Please. So yeah, the person who buys the washing machine ends up paying, and then they're just getting ready to cut everything off. As far as I can see here, very soon, you're not going to get anything from China. Not at no 500%. You know, I'm not going to be able to sell anything here. So stay over there, Tuggy. Stay big. Stay my biggest, best that I ever did big. You better get your TV or whatever little electronic you like, your little earbuds or whatever the hell you do with your little electronic whiz. Or get that very soon. I wouldn't buy none of that crap, but that's your thing. Everybody's got their thing. Not really into the electronic stuff. Use the internet. You see what I do is I turn it on its head. I'll turn it on its head. But I see a little light here. This country to have that, you know, it was organic. Cool. That's awesome. That many people got up and said, hey, but, you know, they're getting ready to cut the food stamps here in America. And that's going to be a big to do for a lot of people, because hungry people make change. Hungry people, a whole different animal. I bet you a lot of people who went to that protest weren't hungry. But if they get hungry, well, then they'll change. Their whole attitude they won't be nice anymore. They'll stop being nice. It's like the only reason they keep people in a jail, in prisons, because they kept them barely, you know, they kept them fed. They weren't, borderline scurvy in some cases. You know, if they don't get nobody put money on their books or anything, nobody helped throw down, but it's because they're being fed. Do you think if the people were in prison and they weren't getting fed, they would stay inside those jail cells, inside those walls, if they weren't being fed? Put a 1 in the chat if you think people would stay inside a jail cell if there was not enough food. You think they figure out a way to get out of there? You think the guards could hold them back? Bunch of hungry dudes in there, starving guys. See why they're staying inside that building? Bet you if they are hungry, they wouldn't stay in there. People act different when they're hungry. When they're hangry. They've gone from hungry to angry, hangry. Probably wouldn't be like this in other countries. They'd get out of there, wouldn't they? They'd figure out a way to get out, wouldn't they? You know what I'm saying, Sabrina? They're only staying in there because they're fed. If they didn't feed those guys in there, they wouldn't stay in that building. They'd get out of there. I don't care how many guards you had in there. Well, you'd have to have a lot more guards than what they normally have, you know, and they still would figure out a way if they were hungry. Desperate people, hungry people they don't think straight. They think with their gut. So, yeah, that's something, you know, there's a lot of people locked up in jail, remember? What are they going to do when they can't feed all these people, brothers, sisters? They were letting people out during COVID, remember? They were letting people out of jail. I was pissed because they locked my son out. For bullshit reason, they were letting people out of jail. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Got my son in there for nearly a whole year in jail. You're letting people out for the stupidest reasons. Pants, what are you doing back there? So again, I think that's something we need to think about. When these governments can't feed the people in their prisons, they're going to either have to let them out, you know, which they did, had some issues during the COVID, and they let people out of jail. Would they do that again? Well, absolutely they will. So we got some interesting times ahead of us for the people to realize what they have on deck for this population here in America. It's different when you live in a different country where they miss meals and they're not as coddled as this American public that's been coddled by Dutch brothers and, you know, Starbucks and all the fast food joints, you know, and all the grocery stores where they don't even have to grow any of their own food. They grow no food, none. They don't grow any of their own food, zero. Like 1% of the populace grows their own food. During World War II, during Victory Gardens, when things got like this last time we were in war, like what we're doing right now, they taught the people how to grow victory gardens. They call them victory gardens. How can the populations not do it? It's like they're cutting food stamps right now. Why don't they teach people to grow food? To grow better food, and then they go to the store and buy that garbage food they buy at the store. They never spend any money on teaching how to grow food, huh? So we live in a silly world, man. A silly, silly world where people are just goofy. Fucking Disney, Dumbo, whatever. Circus show. Big circus show is what it is. They make Circus Vargas. And the president is a cheetah and paints his face orange. Like a Cheeto Puff. He's Commander in Puff. The Magic Dragon. Commander-in-Chief Puff, Magic Dragon. All right, we're making this up on the fly as we go, so we do things here organic, like our herbs here at the garden. The Silver Rock Ranch. She's getting there. She's getting there. She's getting there. Look at that. She's getting there. Whoa, well, it's come a long way from what I was looking at. There's some leaves on that one. We're getting it though. We're getting her. Get her done. Get her done. I think it's time to clean these scissors. They're getting a little gummed up. Oh, we use these ones. Why are we not using these ones? We use these ones. So I guess these other ones work much better. Oh yeah, we're getting the scissor hash going here. Terrible. Scissor hash. You showed me love when I wasn't feeling it. You gave me shelter when I was. All right, let's get back at it here. Get back at it here. This thing done. Get her done. Get her done. Get her licked. Get this done while I'm gone. This can jar here. It'll be here if I come back. If I come back. Come back. Welcome back. Oh man, that did not do the back. What the hell? Oh, I think it just destroyed about 15 million brain cells there. Oh. That was a good one. I'm working on my last brain cell. Working on my last brain cell here. Huh? Hey, man. What? What? You guys ever hear that singer, Carpet Man? He popped up on my Facebook feed. Never seen that dude before. He's been out for a while. I think I've mentioned him before. Carpet Man. Carpet Man. He dresses up with a carpet. He got a pretty unique voice. Not a pretty unique voice. I got this one almost done. Getting closer. Getting closer. Oh. Huh. We're getting closer. This. Lots of buzz on this one. Uh-oh.
got this one here too. That one came off the other. I chopped it. When I chopped the bottom, it was one of them bottom ones. So we'll give this one some love too here, so we don't forget. So we don't forget. And this came off the Cobra. Off the Cobra. It's a whole lot easier to trim that way when it's not on the branch like that. This is the kind of flowers that Sabrina wants. If there's any man looking for Sabrina, if she don't have a man, or if her man's listening, we'll buy her some flowers. Oh, grow her some flowers. And if Stoner Connection's in here too, he likes flowers too. He likes flowers. He's in touch with this female cannabis side. Pretty flowers, pretty flower. Would you like a flower for you? There we go. So pretty flower. All right. We'll just get you to hang out with that one there. I think we're good. I think we're good. Grape ape. Oh, grape ape. Grape ape. So I can't get that out of my head. Oh, man down. Man down. That's not. Okay. There we go. Man down. Oh man, good stuff. Good stuff. Soldier there again. So one like that. After I separate some of these water leaves from the sugar leaves. Alright. Alright, there is water leaf. Alright, the sugar leaf. See that here. There is that sugar leaf. No, that wood burns fast. The rest of this cleaned up here. quick. Sweep this up here. Dustpan. Dustpan. I'm gonna make for dinner. Probably make some burritos for dinner. Burritos for dinner. Burritos for dinner. Avocate in there. Some avocate. Hurry up, please, and about done. Yeah, we'll use those up tonight. All right, got that done. Got that done. That needed done. That needed done. Flipping rights, boys. Flipping rights. good stuff.
Well, I'm glad to have that done. Needed done. Now they can do their thing there. About another week, maybe, or almost other two at the most. Be able to get them in a jar. So. Wouldn't it be nice when they're ready to go in a jar and your door is a jar? No, I mean my door is a door, not a jar. Oh, just kidding. Yeah. Glad to have that finished because I knew that plant was going to be a pain in the butt, but we got her. We got her. Oh, I missed one little thing. Whatever. I'll go back and give it a little second little trimming once I cut it off, you know. I think I'm going to make some burritos for dinner. I got some more burrito shells. Oh, burritos. It'll be burritos. Oh, yeah, cool. Look, we got 0 people in here. Thanks, 0 people's in here. We got 0 people. 0 people, YouTube. You're a goof. YouTube is a goof. YouTube is a goof. So, maybe we should respark the stream. They already don't like it when we're trimming the cannabis. Like it says, you're not in here, Sabrina. You're a ghost. Nobody's in here. Oh, wait. Now you are. Wait, no. What the hell, YouTube? It's the YouTube or the YouTube. Oh. You know what I didn't do when I went into town like a ding dong? I didn't get any change. I know. This is crazy. Look, you're not even here. 0 people are in the room, and you're here. You're just a figment of imagination. You're Sabrina, the Hokadesh, the ghost, the spirit. Sabrina and spirit. Oh, my goodness. What the hell, man? YouTube is such a YouTube. Look at it. It's such a YouTube. All right. Hey, let's end this. I'll come back up in a little bit. I'm going to probably, yeah, we'll finish this up. We'll respark the algorithm here a little bit. So thanks for hanging out with me trimming here. Just thought I'd come back in while I was trimming here. We'll spend some more time. We'll talk about some more stuff. Do I still look high? So, all right. Thanks, Serena. Much love, much Agape. I will see you guys on the next stream. Thanks for coming in. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.